Chapter 989. The Structure of the Universe Within. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan looked at the gourd in his hand. At this moment, the gourd was no longer the original gray-purple color. Instead, it had become a translucent jade color. Pure. Flawless. Lin Yuan gently stroked it, and a mass of information surged from the gourd into his mind. This jade gourd. A look of astonishment appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The information conveyed by the transformed jade gourd was not difficult to comprehend. The general idea was, since Lin Yuan had awakened the gourd to its current state, he must have already absorbed the previous 7 types of divine liquid, completing the most basic foundation setting. To fully refine the jade gourd, one must comprehend the 3,333 symbols contained within the space of the gourd within a cosmic era. Only by doing so could one completely control the jade gourd and obtain the greatest benefits contained within it. After absorbing the 7 colored liquids, allowing the inner world to break through its shackles and expand to 23 times its original size, is this merely completing the most basic foundation? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. Until now, even after spending time on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, he had never heard of any methods that could enhance the fundamental size of the world within a life form, let alone an expansion by 23-fold. This gourd. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. Since he had obtained the gourd, he had made various guesses and speculations, but he had never expected it to be like this. 3,333 symbols. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, and then sent a sliver of his primordial spirit, attempting to penetrate into the gourd. The next moment, Lin Yuan found himself in a vast expanse, where the oppressive feeling of space was terrifying to the extreme. A single strike, which could destroy a galaxy in the universe, could only break a stone here. The space-time rule, along with many pillar rules, as well as the fundamental structure of this world. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly stern. Just this world alone made him extremely solemn. Where are the symbols? Lin Yuan looked around. According to the information passed on by the jade gourd, he would enter the world within the gourd, yet he had to comprehend the 3,333 symbols. At that moment, the power of the world converged, forming a figure. This figure stood there quietly, surrounded by dozens and hundreds of faint temporal rivers flowing around. Perhaps it wasn't that the temporal rivers were faint, but rather that the figure was too immense, only appearing to be of normal stature in front of Lin Yuan. His hair was twisted and bent, as if containing endless time and space. Even as a mere projection, it exuded a sense that could collapse everything. CTH novel F. Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I've lost track of how long I've lived. A life of ease and carefree. The figure spoke indifferently. Until one day, I suddenly felt that I should leave something behind for this dimension. After all, I was born here. Leaving nothing would be somewhat inappropriate. This dimension? Lin Yuan was shocked. An existence described by the term dimension must be at an unimaginably high level of life. The chaos void is vast and boundless, and this boundless chaos void is just a part of that dimension, perhaps as a main body, but the concept of dimension is definitely greater than that of the chaos void. The many worlds Lin Yuan had traversed in the past all originated from other dimensions. After much thought, I crafted 33 jade gourds and scattered them everywhere. Those who are fated will obtain them. Each jade gourd contains my Tao, my laws, my foundation, my core. And this jade gourd represents my very foundation. I have always believed the foundation is extremely important. With a solid foundation, even if the Tao practiced or laws cultivated are slightly weaker, it can be compensated for by the foundation. A solid foundation makes everything easier for life. The figure said with a faint smile. Foundation. Lin Yuan's expression turned thoughtful. Although he did not know what foundation the figure was referring to, it should relate to the inner world or inner universe through the 7 kinds of liquids from the mystical gourd previously. If that was indeed the case, then what this figure said was truly accurate. Even before stepping into the second layer, having an inner world several dozen times larger than other beings of the same level allowed him to sweep through them with ease. So what if his understanding of rules wasn't as profound as others? With a vast inner world and abundant strength from the world's power, he could break all laws with force. Of course, all along, Lin Yuan's strongest aspect was his rule comprehension. With against heaven's understanding, comprehending rules was easier than ever for him. Don't rush. You can only obtain what I have left behind by fully refining the Jade Gourd. To refine the Jade Gourd, you must comprehend the 3,333 symbols I have left within one cosmic era. If you haven't comprehended these 3,333 symbols, or if the time taken exceeds one cosmic era, it just means you are not suitable for the path of my foundation. At that time, the Jade Gourd will vanish and randomly appear anywhere in this dimension, awaiting the next fated individual. After speaking, the figure smiled faintly, and with that, he directly dispersed into thousands of symbols, floating within this world. The Jade Gourd will disappear if I can't comprehend it? Lin Yuan tensed up. By now he knew that the one who left the Jade Gourd could very well be the legendary 13th layer temporal being. An item left by a temporal being would make a group of Chaos Great Saints envious and even fight to the death over it. If possible, he certainly didn't want the Jade Gourd to disappear. With a cosmic era as the time limit, the difficulty of comprehending these symbols must be incredibly high. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990. The Structure of the Inner Universe. Please subscribe. _2 This means that the 13th order temporal being believes that anyone who comprehends all the runes within a cosmic era is qualified to completely control this Jade Gourd. These runes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan looked at the more than 3,000 runes floating in the heaven and earth. Each rune was the size of a fist, but vaguely, it seemed like a universe unto itself. One rune is equal to one universe? Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief. Doesn't that mean that 3,333 runes are equivalent to 3,333 universes? Equivalent to 3,333 Chaos Venerables? Not exactly one universe. Lin Yuan carefully observed, his gaze continuously sweeping over each rune. Each rune represents the unique structure of a certain universe, and strictly speaking, the 3,333 runes explicate 3,333 types of cosmic structures. The essence of the origin source in the universe is the same, but the structures differ, the microcosmic arrangements differ, and the universes that are ultimately formed are also completely different. Just like the basic element carbon, different ways of structuring carbon can lead to vastly different substances like diamond and coal. It is the same with universes. Universes also have so many ways of structuring? Lin Yuan gazed at the 3,333 runes, astounded in his heart. No matter which type of structure, the universe that is finally formed is far superior to the home universe where Lin Yuan resides. Why are you not hasting to comprehend the first rune? What are you hesitating for? A childish voice came through, only to see a red-dressed girl with jejune features and two sky-piercing braids appeared not far away, looking at Lin Yuan with boredom and reminded him. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at the red-dressed girl. Compared to the figure that condensed earlier, the red-dressed girl was more like a living being. That figure was clearly just an image, without the slightest consciousness. Who am I? If you can pass the test, you are my master, and I will assist you in cultivating the inheritance left by my old master. The red-dressed girl rolled her eyes. You don't think that you alone, without any guidance, can cultivate the inheritance left by the old master, do you? So that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The red-dressed girl should be similar to a teacher role, prepared by the being who left behind the Jade Gourd for those who come after, to guide them on how to cultivate the inheritance within the Jade Gourd. How great was my old master! Even the foundational inheritance he left behind is as difficult to cultivate as ascending to the heavens. And without me by your side to give pointers, there's even less hope. The red-dressed girl stood with her chest puffed out, speaking proudly. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, this was the case. Many inheritances of human civilization also come with a vast array of guidance. To cultivate on one's own would make it difficult to achieve anything significant. It's good that you understand my importance. The red-dressed girl continued. These 3,333 runes represent 3,333 different cosmic structural laws. As for the use, the red-dressed girl said, it's to integrate them into your inner cosmos, to allow your inner cosmos to possess all the advantages of these 3,333 cosmic structural laws. The red-dressed girl explained. Inner cosmos. Lin Yuan also thought of this point. An inner cosmos of the same size and area, its quality is determined by the cosmic structure. The more perfect the cosmic structure, the more profound the foundation of the inner cosmos, which is the strongest foundation of a 12th-order life. Of course, each method of inner cosmic structure is incredibly complex, and the difficulty of fully comprehending them is imaginable. The cosmos is vast and limitless, and so are the methods of construction within it. This is precisely why the time limit given by the owner of the Jade Gourd is a cosmic era. If I can comprehend these 3,333 cosmic structural laws, and then integrate them into my inner cosmos, what level will my inner cosmos reach? Lin Yuan suddenly had a thought and asked, comprehend the 3,333 cosmic structural laws? The red-dressed girl blinked. You haven't even begun, and you're already thinking about what happens after comprehension? However, if you truly can do so, your inner cosmos will probably be close to the level of a normal chaos realm's inner cosmos, right? The red-dressed girl thought for a moment, then explained nonetheless. She too hoped that Lin Yuan could comprehend all the runes within a cosmic era, meaning she could also gain a certain degree of freedom, without having to be trapped inside the Jade Gourd for long, endless cosmic eras. An inner cosmos close to a normal chaos realm? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. A universe within the body of a normal chaos venerable? It meant that Lin Yuan could withstand the surge of power during the cosmic catastrophe, and if that were true, he alone could carry most of human civilization through the cosmic disaster. For now, you should stop thinking too much and strive to comprehend all the runes within one cosmic era. The girl in red reminded him again. No problem. SAR the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan nodded. Cosmic Starry Skies. Lin Yuan revealed his figure. A palace the size of a fist appeared before him. It was the ultimate defense palace activated by the Yu Clan Ultimate, at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Inside, it suppressed dozens of 12-stage ultimates from this universe. The cosmic catastrophe is imminent, and there's no need to continue this stalemate with these 12-stage ultimates. Lin Yuan looked at the imposing palace. According to Lin Yuan's original plan, he intended to continue suppressing the dozens of ultimates inside the palace until he stepped into the Chaos Realm, reaching the level of a Chaos Great Saint. Then, resolve them all together. His home universe was still far from a normal cosmic catastrophe. With Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation, he was quite confident in becoming a Chaos Venerable before the arrival of the cosmic catastrophe, although not daring to claim he would become a Chaos Great Saint. But the fight between two Chaos Great Saints caused the cosmic catastrophe to arrive ahead of time. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan faced two choices regarding the dozens of 12-stage ultimates inside the palace. One was to continue ignoring them until the cosmic catastrophe came, then casually throw the palace into the depths of the universe, allowing the dozens of 12-stage ultimates to perish with the universe. But this choice seemed slightly wasteful. At the very least, the palace itself at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, as well as the many weapons, treasures, and rarities of the dozens of 12-stage ultimates inside, would be lost. Thus, the second choice emerged. Lin Yuan planned to release the dozens of 12-stage ultimates, providing that they surrender all their weapons, treasures, and rarities, along with the treasury and the ultimate defense palace at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. This choice equated to maximizing benefits. As for any potential threats from the released 12-stage ultimates, with Lin Yuan's current strength, any avatar he casually condensed would possess the true might of the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. Thus, even if these 12-stage ultimates were released, they would only quiver in hiding in corners. Rustling. With a subtle thought from Lin Yuan, the seal on the palace in front of him slightly faded. Galaxy's Mightiest. We are willing to surrender 90% of our weapons, treasures, and rarities, just to ask for your mercy in letting us out, one voice said. Yes, Galaxy's mightiest. As long as you release us, I am willing to submit to human civilization, another offered. Indeed, Galaxy's mightiest, we were wrong, a third admitted. From inside the palace, the pleas of dozens of 12-stage ultimates could be heard. They were truly scared, worried that Lin Yuan would wait for the cosmic catastrophe to come and throw the palace that suppressed all the 12-stage existences into the depths of the universe. In such a case, all the 12-stage beings would die. Who could withstand the successive rounds of destruction brought by the cosmic disaster? Want to get out? I can let you go, Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan looked toward the dozens of 12-stage inside the palace, who at this moment posed no threat to him whatsoever. If not for the universe's own suppression, even the palace's defense at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm could not withstand Lin Yuan's murderous intent. You can let us out? Upon hearing these words, all of the 12-stage ultimates were somewhat stupefied. But you have to hand over all the 12-stage weapons, treasures, and rarities, Lin Yuan stated. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing to. Inside the palace, many 12-stage ultimates agreed without a second thought, without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991. A test of a cosmic era you understood in 1 year? Subscribe requested. Handing over all 12-layer weapons, treasures, and rarities for the many ultimate beings of the 12th layer is a price too unbearable. The likelihood of surviving the cosmic cataclysm would drastically decrease. But without handing them over, there wouldn't even be a chance to endure the cosmic cataclysm. How to choose? The many ultimate beings of the 12th layer are naturally clear in their hearts. In fact, during the period of being suppressed in the palace, many of the 12th layer's ultimate beings were already very dissatisfied. If they had agreed to the Galaxy Master's terms initially, handed over 90% of the 12th layer weapons, treasures, and rarities, and submitted to human civilization, all would be well. Yet some of the 12th layer's ultimate beings were unwilling, wanting to revolt. Revolt? What would the result be? Therefore, when faced with Lin Yuan's new conditions, not a single 12th layer's ultimate being dared to hesitate. Hand them over first. Lin Yuan spoke up. SAR the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this moment, the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings within the palace were nothing more than chicken ribs to Lin Yuan. The arrival of the cosmic cataclysm. If Lin Yuan continued to carry the palace and the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings with him, he would face the backlash and suppression of a vast majority of the cosmic origin source. It's equivalent to Lin Yuan helping the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings to withstand the cosmic cataclysm. Hand them over first? Inside the palace, the several dozen 12th layer ultimate beings hesitated slightly. To hand over the treasures and rarities first, what if the galaxy's strongest beings back out later and don't let them go? I trust the galaxy's strongest beings. A 12th layer ultimate being from the Star Alliance thought for a moment and resolutely took out all the treasures and rarities. Now, they don't have the capital to negotiate with the galaxy's strongest beings. He even felt that being given the chance to be released by the galaxy's strongest beings was a grace. Out you go. Lin Yuan collected the treasures and rarities and immediately transported the ultimate being from the Star Alliance out. Thank you, galaxy's strongest being. The Star Alliance's ultimate being ecstatically said, thanking repeatedly before his figure disappeared instantly. In the palace, one by one, the 12th layer ultimate beings, seeing this, immediately offered up all their treasures and rarities, and then they were transported out one by one. Remember, the universe now is the territory of human civilization, Lin Yuan rarely reminded. Rest assured, galaxy's strongest being, we definitely will not violate the rules of human civilization. Numerous 12th layer ultimate beings hastily said. Violate the rules? The Galaxy Master could suppress them once, and he could suppress them twice, 3 times. Watching one by one as the 12th layer ultimate beings disappeared, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. These 12th layer ultimate beings, having lost their weapons and treasures, the chance of surviving the cosmic cataclysm is probably only 20 to 30%. And even if they do survive, if they dare show any malice, Lin Yuan still has dozens of incarnations waiting outside the universe. Compared to inside the universe, those 12th layer ultimate beings are facing Lin Yuan, who is greatly suppressed by the cosmic origin source in every aspect. Outside the universe, even just one incarnation, the means deployed far exceed those inside the universe. That's when true despair sets in. These weapons, treasures, and rarities. Lin Yuan glanced at the items offered by the dozens of 12-tier ultimate beings and slightly nodded. All the weapons, arms, treasures, and rare items together were worth close to 100,000 Chaos Stones, equivalent to the fortune of a normal sovereign realm powerhouse. At the Thousand Treasures Convention on ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan had spent 30,000 Chaos Stones to buy that golden box. Now it seemed he had recouped his investment. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. After the great annihilation of the universe, what the human civilization needed to do was to find a new homeland in the Chaos Void as quickly as possible, then establish and develop there. As for continuing to live in the internal universe, the internal universe cannot breed true powerhouses, no matter from the origin source. The internal universe is far inferior to the real cosmic starry skies, let alone the Chaos Void. Up to now, any 12-tier life in the universe, whether special life or clan life, all originated from within the universe. As for the internal universe, its limit has been directly defined. With the current foundation of human civilization, it should be no problem to buy a piece of continental fragment next to ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The new homeland of human civilization naturally emphasizes safety, and the nearby large area is naturally the safest around ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The volume of ancient Ming Chaos Continent is equivalent to tens of universes, and naturally, there are some continental fragments surrounding it. Equivalent to a part of ancient Ming Chaos Continent, even if ancient Ming Chaos Continent moves and sets sail, it will carry the surrounding fragments with it. Virtual world. Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong, the couple, were full of worries. Lin Yi also stood obediently to the side. Xiaoyuan, what exactly is going on now? Why have many citizens of Kanglan Star started to migrate? Lu Qiong asked in a low voice. Yes, migrate? To where? Lin Shouqing couldn't help asking. According to the plan devised by Shenyuan Supreme and the other 9 Supremes, only about 1% of all citizens of the human civilization would be able to be moved into the internal universe. And Kanglan Star, because of Lin Yuan, all citizens of Kanglan Star were able to obtain migration rights, moving to another universe. Lin Yuan simply said. In order to prevent the citizens from reacting too violently, Shenyuan Supreme, along with other 9 Supremes, had not disclosed the reason for the migration. After all, the great annihilation of the universe was truly unimaginable. Why move to another universe? Lu Qiong was still puzzled. Don't talk about this matter externally. Lin Yuan looked at his parents. Under his protection, his parents would definitely survive safely. Not only his parents, relatives, but even the entire Kanglan Star, Chikuan Star domain, had their fierce competition reduced or even avoided under Lin Yuan's influence. This universe is about to be destroyed, Lin Yuan said. The universe is about to be destroyed? Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong were a bit baffled. In their eyes, the universe was vast and endless. Even if it had a day of destruction, it seemed incredibly distant. Due to external influences on the universe, I will send you into my universe in a while, where life on Kanglan Star won't be much different, Lin Yuan said. His internal universe currently has almost reached 8 million light-years in radius. For the vast majority of citizens of human civilization, 8 million light-years and the complete cosmic starry skies wouldn't make much difference. Brother, the universe is being destroyed. Can even you not prevent it? Lin Yi quietly said from the side. She had previously obtained some information about the demise of the universe from the Xia family. Hearing Lin Yuan personally pronounce it, although shocked, she quickly recovered. Unable to stop, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, shaking his head as he spoke. Now, he seemed too insignificant before the 2 Chaos Great Saints. Not only him, but Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint Having battled all this way, countless cosmos collapsed and perished prematurely because of it. Xianhuang's secret realm. Inside the Jade Gourd, Lin Yuan looked serious, reaching for a rune and carefully examining it in front of him. Originally, facing the massive destruction of the universe, 99% of human civilization was doomed to die. But these 3,333 runes gave Lin Yuan hope. Merging all the runes' cosmic structural advantages, it could not only allow more human citizens to survive, but it also had an unimaginable boosting effect on Lin Yuan's strength. Peak of path-splitting realm, possessing a universe within the body close to Chaos realm? What does that imply? Not to mention being comparable to Chaos Venerables, at the very least it must be an invincible presence in the Master Realm, right? Cosmic structure. Lin Yuan immersed his entire mind into it. At that moment, he no longer perceived the rules, even putting aside the complete refining of Martial Tao's control chapter, focusing all his efforts on understanding the complex runes before him. Your comprehension defies nature, observing the mystical runes, significantly enhancing your understanding of the cosmic structure. New insights continuously burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind. A complete model of cosmic structure emerged within his mind. Quickly refined, swiftly formed. Not far away, a girl in red was lying bored next to a giant rock, legs crossed, glancing at Lin Yuan. So boring. I really want to talk to someone. The girl in red felt troubled, as she truly wished Lin Yuan could spare time from interpreting runes to chat with her. But she also knew that would hinder the progress of comprehension. Interpreting these 3,333 runes within a cosmic era is undeniably arduous. Just endure it. Better not to disturb him. After some inner conflict, the girl in red decided against seeking Lin Yuan for a chat. What if she caused Lin Yuan to fail, continuing to be trapped in this place for endless years? The first rune is the simplest of all. Normally speaking, it would take about 10 million years to interpret it. The girl in red looked at Lin Yuan and the floating rune in front of him, thinking to herself. However, the next moment, under the gaze of the girl in red, the rune in front of Lin Yuan slowly dissipated. Ha! The girl in red was stunned. The rune dissolved? These runes left by her old master could only dissolve when fully comprehended. Fully comprehended? Did Lin Yuan comprehend the first rune? The girl in red suddenly realized it, her expression incredulous. How long has it been? He figured out the first rune already? The girl in red found it hard to believe. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps the universe of his homeland has a similar cosmic structure. Thinking quickly, although the 3,333 runes were created by the owner of the Jade Gourd, among the countless universes bred in the chaos void, it's inevitable that similar structured universes exist. If Lin Yuan happened to be born in such a universe, quickly comprehending the first rune could be somewhat explained. The girl in red continued to watch Lin Yuan. An hour later, the second rune disappeared. The girl in red fell silent. Could it be Lin Yuan's luck was so good, encountering two similar universe-structured runes? 2 hours later, the third rune disappeared. 5 hours later, the fourth rune disappeared. 1 day later, the 58th rune disappeared. 1 month later, the 362nd rune disappeared. Half a year later, the 2000th rune disappeared. 1 year later, the 3300th rune disappeared. Since Lin Yuan quickly comprehended the first rune, the girl in red had shifted from leaning against a giant rock to sitting and then standing, watching him with utmost seriousness. She watched as each rune quickly disappeared. Initially scattered throughout the heavens and earth, thousands of runes were now almost all gone. Only a few dozen lonely runes were left floating around. 1 year. The girl in red calculated the time. Given Lin Yuan's efficiency in comprehending runes, the remaining few dozen might not take much longer. That means, the original standard set by the Jade Gourd's master was a cosmic era, but Lin Yuan cracked it in just 1 year? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992, Refining the Jade Gourd. Subscribe please. Sigh. Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes as the last symbol rune slowly dissipated. At this moment, the universe inside the jade gourd was utterly empty. Not a single symbol rune floated any longer. 3,333 types of internal universe structures. In Lin Yuan's mind, many details of the symbol runes emerged. He had now thoroughly comprehended all the runes. No wonder one needs to comprehend all 3,333 symbol runes to pass the test. Lin Yuan pondered with a thought. The 3,333 symbol runes represented the same number of universe construction methods. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In fact, after fully understanding them, Lin Yuan faintly realized that these methods of universe construction complemented and fitted together perfectly. The universe that could ultimately be constructed would reach some unimaginably high degree. This is the foundation, the Real Foundation. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. An internal universe within the path-splitting realm, nearly on par with that of a chaos venerable, whose foundation could compare. This is too incredible. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. With his against heaven's understanding, he had only barely managed to decipher the mysteries within the runes after spending a great deal of mental effort and energy. But if it were like the being that created the jade gourd, able to concoct these methods of universe construction out of thin air, at least for now, Lin Yuan saw no hope in managing to do so, not with more time or any possibility of completion. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Yuan's life level had not reached that height. It was his realm that limited his against heaven's understanding. Is this a Tier 13 temporal life form? Lin Yuan mused internally. Although various messages conveyed by the jade gourd and the words revealed by the girl in red never mentioned the creator's level of power, Lin Yuan was very certain that the creator of the jade gourd was not something even a supreme chaos great saint could compare with. A Tier 13 temporal life form could already see through many timelines, know parts of the past, present, and future. Their vision was fundamentally different from other life forms. Whoosh! While Lin Yuan was still immersed in the many runes he had just comprehended, the girl in red appeared before him in an instant. Have you contemplated these symbol runes before? The girl in red could not help but ask. The symbol runes within the jade gourd were left by its creator, and logically, there should be no leaks whatsoever. At most, one or two symbol runes might resemble those born naturally from the chaos void. But one or two resemblances might accelerate understanding. Could all the runes be similar? That's why the girl in red asked. Compared to the leakage of symbol imprints, Lin Yuan spending just a year to thoroughly understand what the founder of the jade gourd had left behind for an entire cosmic era seemed more plausible. The girl in red still felt the possibility of rune leakage was higher? Encountered these runes before? Lin Yuan was slightly startled, then immediately shook his head and said, "No, this is also my first time seeing these runes. They're too amazing." Lin Yuan spoke with admiration. Only after understanding these runes did he realize how difficult it was to create them and what level of essence the universe must attain. "You are quite amazing too," the girl in red said after a moment of silence. The creator of the jade gourd was amazing because it was a great temporal life form that could see through the past and future, knowing the birth to the destruction of countless universes, thus able to forge so many universe construction methods. But Lin Yuan? The girl in red did not know Lin Yuan's exact strength or realm, but she was very sure he was not of the 13th tier, not even of the chaos realm. Such a youngster, in just 1 year, had comprehended all the runes, causing the girl in red's understanding to nearly collapse. "What should I do now?" Lin Yuan inquired. Now that he had comprehended all the symbols, what was he supposed to do next? "Since you've already comprehended all the runes, you naturally can go ahead and refine the jade gourd," said the girl in red. Although it was unbelievably quick for Lin Yuan to comprehend the runes, comprehension was comprehension, meeting the standard to refine the jade gourd. And after refining the jade gourd, he would be able to acquire the complete foundational inheritance within. This inheritance, once cultivated to the extreme, would make one's foundation incredibly profound. Absorbing 7 colors of liquid would cause the internal universe to expand to 23 times its original size. So, after cultivating this foundational inheritance, How much more vast would one's internal universe be compared to others at the same level of life? Refine the Jade Gourd? Lin Yuan tried to extend the power of his internal universe into the Jade Gourd, but he found that he could not touch the origin source of the Jade Gourd at all. With the current power of your internal universe, you naturally cannot refine the Jade Gourd, said the girl in red, noticing Lin Yuan's attempt at refinement, and immediately spoke. You must integrate all 3,333 symbol runes, with the universe construction methods they contain, into your own internal universe before you can refine the Jade Gourd. Only after integrating the internal universe construction within all the runes would the internal universe undergo a fundamental transformation. Only then would he have the foundation to refine the Jade Gourd. Don't worry, there's no time limit, you can take it slow, the girl in red explained. According to the standards left by the creator of the Jade Gourd, understanding the runes must be confined within a single cosmic era, while integrating all symbol runes into one's own internal universe had no such restrictions. Be it one cosmic era or 10, all was fine. Even though you have not yet refined the Jade Gourd, you can still manage to control some of its functions and can send me into your internal universe to guide you on how to integrate the universe construction faster and better, the girl in red immediately said. The construction of the universe is incredibly vast and complicated. A slight alteration could potentially set off a domino effect, causing the entire universe to begin collapsing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993, Refining the Jade Gourd. Subscribe please. _2 However, after fully understanding all runes, Lin Yuan is essentially finding a fixed template. As long as he alters according to the rune structures, no accidents will occur. Of course, receiving guidance would certainly be faster. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He indeed had no particular wariness towards the red-clothed girl toddler. If the creator of the Jade Gourd truly bore any killing intent towards him, there was no need for such complications. A mere thought could suppress Lin Yuan. Even a universe birthed from the chaos void cannot withstand it. Yet now, even beings of the time-life level in the 13th layer could not completely annihilate him, because he has an avatar in the Yuan world, and upon entering the 12th layer, more functionalities of the Myriad Realms Gate were unearthed. Descending to the Yuan world consumed nearly half of Lin Yuan's true spirit consciousness, which is equivalent to another great avatar. Even if the original body in Chaos Void perishes, it would not affect the avatar in the Yuan world. With the means of the 13th layer time-life level, one could effortlessly annihilate all of Lin Yuan's original body and primordial spirit avatars in this Chaos Void. But in the Yuan world and Chaos Void exist in different dimensions, and even for beings of the 13th layer time-life level, it is challenging to cross over. Beings at this level are only in the exploratory stage concerning other dimensional spaces. Lin Yuan can descend easily to the Yuan world by leveraging the power of the Myriad Realms Gate. Without the Myriad Realms Gate, invading other dimensions would face unimaginable resistance, and even the 13th layer time-life entities would be helpless against it. Lin Yuan barely managed to control the Jade Gourd and let the red-clothed girl toddler enter his internal universe. The moment the red-clothed girl toddler left the Jade Gourd and sensed the external atmosphere, a look of relief appeared on her face. She didn't know how long it had been since she last felt the true fluctuations emitted by the Chaos Void. To the red-clothed girl toddler, these fluctuations were an unparalleled indulgence. The life level is only at the path-splitting realm? Suddenly, the red-clothed girl toddler sensed Lin Yuan's life aura, and as the spirit of the Jade Gourd, her perception even exceeded some Chaos Great Saints. Path-splitting realm? The red-clothed girl toddler fell into silence again. The path-splitting realm, and he figured out all the runes? And it only took him 1 year? The next moment, the red-clothed girl toddler entered Lin Yuan's internal universe. Nearly 8 million light-years? The red-clothed girl toddler was slightly surprised. However, thinking about the time Lin Yuan took to comprehend all the runes, she quickly became calm again. An internal universe of the path-splitting realm reaching 8 million light-years is incredibly rare. Even with the foundation laid by the Jade Gourd's 7 types of divine liquids, A substantial base is needed, but the chaos void is vast and endless. Many extraordinary life forms with time bloodlines naturally harbored immensely vast internal universes at birth. It's not impossible for a path-splitting realm to have an internal universe close to 8 million light-years. Compared to the size of the internal universe, what shocked the red-clothed girl toddler the most was Lin Yuan's comprehension ability. Comprehending all runes in 1 year was something not even those extraordinary lives with rich time bloodlines could achieve. Let me take a look. The red-clothed girl toddler glanced around, and after closing her eyes and feeling around for a bit, she pointed at a location and said, "Start from there." Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He immediately began to control that area, rebuilding it using the template of the first rune internal universe, and started to piece it together. A faint tremor spread throughout the internal universe, and Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, stopping his actions. How is it? Do you feel like your internal universe is about to collapse? The red-clothed girl toddler said with a smile. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. That's normal. Altering the universe's structure impacts the entire universe. The red-clothed girl toddler said with a smile. Any changes to the universe's structure will cause a similar sensation. However, others altering the universe's structure run the risk of their internal universe's complete collapse. But you needn't worry about that. The red-clothed girl toddler said. After fully understanding all runes, altering the universe's structure for Lin Yuan is as simple as taking an open book exam. Lin Yuan quietly listened by her side. I continue. Lin Yuan once again became immersed in the task of altering the structure of the universe within his body. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, attempting to change the fundamental structure of the universe, enhancing your comprehension of the universe's essence, and accelerating the modification of the universe's fundamental structure. At first, Lin Yuan's pace of altering the universe was quite slow. After all, he had to be extremely careful, as even with the standard answers in hand, one must proceed with caution. But as the modifications deepened, Lin Yuan quickly became proficient, and the speed of change also soared. This monster! The little girl in red watched from the side. Initially, she could offer some suggestions, such as guiding Lin Yuan where and in which direction to alter, but gradually, the little girl in red found she was unable to give any more advice. Even the means Lin Yuan used to change the fundamental structure of the universe were more exquisite than what she knew. Each universe is different, and the little girl in red mastered only the general direction of the fundamental changes in the universe's structure. She naturally couldn't compare to Lin Yuan in understanding this particular inner universe. CTH Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The source world, Qingfen Domain U Family. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his breath deeply concealed. Shifting to martial Tao is going quite smoothly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The original Yuan was equivalent to the 8th or 9th layer of the Chaos Void, with an immense amount of Yuan energy contained within his body. As Lin Yuan recultivated martial Tao, he naturally didn't waste this Yuan energy, transforming it all into nourishment for martial Tao refinement. Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Lin Yuan once again looked up at the eternal sun that spanned the sky, and then a practice method emerged in his mind. Fierce Sun God Nurturing Method. Through a specific method, condensing a seed of the fierce sun within the body. The seed of the fierce sun had many uses, reinforcing the physical body, guarding the soul and the spirit, etc. Every creature in the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, from birth, was bestowed with this Fierce Sun God Nurturing Method to forge their foundation. This Fierce Sun God Nurturing Method is said to come from the ancestor of Fierce Sun, and spreading it to every creature within the ancient country was also the will of that ancestor. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Fierce Sun God Nurturing Method progresses from easy to difficult. It is easy to condense a single seed of the Fierce Sun, but to condense 10 seeds is extremely difficult. To condense 100 seeds? That is something only a 12th layer Self-Dao realm powerhouse can accomplish. In this world, the Self-Dao realm is referred to as the path-splitting realm, and the general idea is much the same, to carve out one's own path. I can start by practicing it a bit to see if I can integrate it with martial Tao. Lin Yuan contemplated to himself. As for the true main body in the chaos void, he is still waiting for the results of his cultivation. The fierce sun god nurturing method originates from the ancestor of Fierce Sunday. It's unclear if there are hidden dangers, but cultivating with this body, the worst outcome is just giving up this descent. It's completely within Lin Yuan's tolerance. It will not affect the true main body in the chaos void. The original body spent hundreds of years to condense only 9 seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A member of the Dongyang clan, Dongyang Meng, also managed to condense 9 seeds of the fierce sun, which was why she and the original were honored as the last candidates likely to enter the service of Lord Qingfen. Unfortunately, those 9 seeds of the fierce sun were destroyed due to the Dongyang family's assassination attempt, 3 of which shattered, and then when I shifted to Martial Tao, the remaining 6 also disintegrated. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The fierce sun god nurturing method is neither a legacy nor a Tao, but rather like a method that assists in cultivation, increasing certain foundational qualities by condensing seeds of the fierce sun within the body. The more seeds of the fierce sun one has, the greater the corresponding benefits one receives. As for what those benefits are, the original body was not clear, only feeling that with each additional seed of the fierce sun condensed, the speed of his cultivation increased slightly. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. His martial Tao strength was recovering quickly, and without needing much effort, he decided it was worthwhile to give the fierce sun god nurturing method a try. Rustle. Between heaven and earth, threads of scorching breath flowed into Lin Yuan's body, beginning to condense slowly. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the first seed of the fierce sun. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the third seed of the fierce sun. Your innate understanding defies the natural order, cultivating the fierce sun god nurturing method, and forming the fifth seed of the fierce sun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994 Fierce Sun Conceals the Divine. Please subscribe. Just a little over half a day had passed. Lin Yuan had already condensed 9 seeds of the fierce sun. He returned to the level his original body reached after hundreds of years of effort. No significant change. Lin Yuan observed the 9 seeds of the fierce sun inside his body. It should be because I originally had already condensed 9 seeds of the fierce sun. Even though the seeds of the fierce sun collapsed later, my realm was still there, so even now that I have recovered the 9 seeds, there is no significant change. Lin Yuan pondered quietly. Then let's start condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan continued his cultivation. The difference between 9 and 10 seeds of the fierce sun might be just 1 seed, but it is a chasm apart. The difficulty is extremely high. The original body didn't know how long it was trapped at 9 seeds of the fierce sun and had struggled to condense the 10th one. The first, 10th, and 100th seeds of the fierce sun are the hardest to form 2 hours later. The 10th seed of the fierce sun slowly took shape. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. The 10 seeds of the fierce sun slowly rotated within his body, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth, causing waves of dense cosmic rule fluctuations to surge. Rule fluctuations of the Feng Yuan world, naturally different from those described in the Chaos Void. It shook Lin Yuan profoundly. The rule fluctuations were 10 times denser, almost causing him to break into an epiphany. So this is the purpose of the seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan calmed himself, feeling somewhat astonished. Enhancing the perceptiveness to such fluctuations? Such an effect, even if not equal to directly enhancing understanding, is extremely terrifying. Understanding affects all aspects. For example, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding doesn't just far surpass other beings in sensing rules but has incredible effects on all matters, such as learning ability, creative ability, and the like. Despite that, the ability to directly enhance the perceptiveness to rule fluctuations is extremely rare. In the main universe, certain special beings naturally have stronger perception of certain rules than other beings, but this is an innate ability. It's a talent. Some treasures and spiritual medicines can enhance the perception of certain rules, but they also have time limits, and these treasures are exceptionally precious. As for treasures that permanently enhance the perception of certain rules, they do exist, but they are coveted fiercely by the Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints. And now, within the Fierce Sun ancient country, any being can cultivate the Fierce Sun God-nurturing method, which also has a similar effect. And with 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, the amplitude of rule fluctuations increase tenfold. What about 20 seeds? 30 seeds? The seeds of the Fierce Sun, with this heaven and earth, with this Feng Yuan world. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. The 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun floated within his body, subtly communicating with the heaven and earth around him, making Lin Yuan the favorite child in the operation of rules. So it brought about such an extent of rule perception enhancement. With the support of 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, I can reach the pinnacle of the 7th realm of Tianshi within 1,000 years at most. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, he would have needed at least tens of thousands of years to reach the pinnacle of the 7th realm. Of course, tens of thousands of years is already incredibly short. For those at the 12th path splitting realm or master realm, a nap might span tens of thousands of years, and it might take several cosmic eras to progress from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the 7th realm. No matter, even if the Fierce Sun God-nurturing method has hidden risks, the enhancement in rule perception is real. It'll continue to condense seeds of the Fierce Sun. If it comes to it, it'll just abandon this physical body. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Even the most ordinary people, once they have condensed 10 seeds of the Fierce Sun, could become geniuses in understanding rules. Not to mention someone like Lin Yuan who possesses against heaven's understanding. Combined, their effect far exceeds a simple sum. As Lin Yuan was about to continue cultivating and condense more seeds of the Fierce Sun suddenly, his expression changed. He looked toward the entrance of his cave dwelling. Yen, how are you now? A male voice came. It was Yu Chaolong, the original Boda's father and the patriarch of Yu family. Yu Chaolong, with the level 11 perfect strength, had long since bought his suitable pathway from Fierce Sun ancient country and could step into the Self-Dao realm at any moment. I'm okay. Lin Yuan stood up, opened the door of the cave dwelling. Seeing his father Yu Chaolong and mother both outside, their faces full of worry. That's good. Yu Chaolong observed Lin Yuan's expression, slightly relieved, then angrily said, that little girl from the Yu family is really malicious, to do such a thing just to become a disciple of Lord Qingfen. Yes. The mother glanced at Lin Yuan. The relationship between the original body and the dream of Dongyang was unknown to other family members. Not even Yu Chaolong was aware, but the mother was very clear. It's all in the past now. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. All the experiences of the original body stemmed from the Dongyang clan, stemmed from the dream of Dongyang. But Lin Yuan did not care much. At most he would wait until his strength was sufficient. Then he could crush the entire Dongyang clan under his foot. I have already told your grandfather about this matter. He will surely take charge for you, his mother Yuchi Ling said. The Yuchi clan, being a top-tier clan in the Qingfen domain, still wielded significant influence despite its decline. The Dongyang clan's assassination attempt on Lin Yuan, out of their desperation to achieve their goals, if this news reached Lord Qingfen, he might just disqualify the Dongyang clan's entry right away. This was, so far, the only thing the Yu family could do. The invasion of the Black Drop power by the Dongyang clan left Lin Yuan's seed of Fierce Sun shattered. Several of them, plus internal injuries, made it impossible for him to condense new seeds of the Fierce Sun for tens of years. In this situation, he no longer qualified to enter the service under Lord Qingfen. Even if Lord Qingfen despised the Dongyang clan's actions and cancelled their nomination, he would not accept Lin Yuan, as it had already been decided. Let us handle the matter with the Dongyang clan. Son, you just focus on healing. His father Yu Chaolong spoke. With the Dongyang clan having lost the Yu family as a competitor, they ultimately still hadn't become a top-tier clan, so the Yu family would naturally take this opportunity to strike. Actually, there is no need to fight against the Dongyang clan. Lin Yuan thought for a while and then spoke. The Yu family and the Dongyang clan were both second-tier clans with similar strengths. Battling the Dongyang clan would be akin to mutual destruction. In Lin Yuan's view, this was totally unnecessary. With his growth rate, he would soon reach far beyond the heights of the Dongyang clan. By that time, dealing with the Dongyang clan would just be a thought away. Although Lin Yuan was only incarnated here, having received Yu Yan's memories, he still had some bias towards the Yu family and certainly did not wish to see the Yu clan members die meaninglessly. Not fight with the Dongyang clan? After what they did to you, my son, I will not let them off. His father Yu Chaolong narrowed his eyes. I have already spoken to several of our ancestors about this. The Dongyang clan will certainly pay the price. S.E.A. the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing this, Lin Yuan did not continue trying to dissuade him. How could he say that it wouldn't be long before he grew strong enough to crush the Dongyang clan? Such a notion, to his father Yu Chaolong, would seem like a fool's dream. The Yu family had been on par with the Dongyang clan for countless millennia, by the power of just Lin Yuan alone. I need some cultivation resources, Lin Yuan said. Cultivating in Martial Tao required vast amounts of resources, and by relying on the Yu family's channels, Lin Yuan wouldn't need to gather them himself in the early stages. As for the middle and late stages, once his strength recovered to a certain level, having self-protective power, just showing a slight hint would naturally bring in a flood of resources. These resources, no problem. His father Yu Chaolong, eyes showing a trace of surprise, finally nodded and said, Then we should leave now. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me, Yu Chaolong said, then left with Yu Qiling watching the two disappear. Lin Yuan continued to condense the seeds of the fierce sun. You're against heaven's understanding. Cultivating the fierce sun God-nurturing method has condensed the 20th seed of the fierce sun. You're against heaven's understanding. Cultivating the fierce sun God-nurturing method has condensed the 30th seed of the fierce sun outside the cave dwelling. Yu Chaolong and Yu Qiling sat facing each other. Are you the Yuchi family really confident about bringing this matter to Lord Qingfen? Yu Chaolong asked. The Yuchi family had ultimately declined. Otherwise Yu Chaolong would not have been able to marry a direct descendant from a top-tier family. We are sure we can bring it up. Even if Lord Qingfen doesn't know, someone under his command will, but knowing it, they probably won't do much to the Dongyang clan. Yu Qiling shook her head. For the high and mighty Lord Qingfen, he only cares about results, and what's the harm in eliminating a competitor? Then you earlier, Yu Chaolong blinked. Wasn't I just comforting our son? Yu Qiling glanced at Yu Chaolong. I see. Yu Chaolong nodded. It's a pity. The last condensed seeds of the fierce sun amounted to just 9. If he could condense the 10th, there would be no need to compete with the Dongyang clan. He could directly enter under Lord Qingfen's command. Yu Qiling sighed. The difference between 9 seeds of the fierce sun and 10 is profound. Being able to condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun before the age of 500. Even the high and mighty Lord Qingfen would take another look. Such a talent, if he were killed in an assassination, Lord Qingfen would inquire and punish the family power behind it. Simply put, if Yu Yan's condensed seeds of the fierce sun reached 10, even if he walked openly into the Dongyang family, he would still come out unscathed. Yu Yan still needs some more time to be comforted, Yu Chaolong thought. Influenced by the black drop, several seeds of the fierce sun shattered, plus injuries that meant he could not condense new seeds of the fierce sun for decades. In Yu Chaolong's view, Lin Yuan's future potential was likely greatly diminished. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? When was the last time such a genius was born in our Qingfen domain? Yu Qiling shook her head. The initial rise of the Yuchi family was because they birthed a genius who, under 500, condensed 10 seeds of the fierce sun. Let's not talk about this anymore. Even if Yen can't condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun, he is still our son, Yu Chaolong said. Time passed. Months went by in the blink of an eye. You're against heaven's understanding. Cultivating the fierce sun God-nurturing method has condensed the 3689th seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan leisurely opened his eyes, countless rounds of the fierce sun fluctuating within his pupils. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995. the 3,700th seed of the fierce sun. Deep within Lin Yuan's body, another seed of the fierce sun condensed, corresponding with the previous 3,699 seeds. The rules of the universe fluctuated around him, surging like a tidal wave. "It's too exaggerated," Lin Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Even a pig under such surging rule fluctuations might have the chance to comprehend the sixfold realm of spacetime. And with a complete path, it could even strive for the ultimate level 12. What about Lin Yuan then? Spacetime. Among the myriad rule fluctuations, Lin Yuan prioritized the spatio-temporal fusion rule, but what about the chaos rule? The chaos rule itself is born from countless rules, and enhancing it requires deeper comprehension of many rules. The function of the seeds of the fierce sun isn't just as simple as enhancing rule comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself, his expression slightly serious. When 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun had condensed, all the seeds in his body seemed to form a cycle, causing Lin Yuan's flesh to undergo a certain transformation. This transformation was not merely about strengthening, but was more oriented towards a transformation of the rules. 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun mark a significant boundary, Lin Yuan concluded, well aware that most beings in the Qingfen domain knew about the thresholds of the seeds of the fierce sun, separated into 1 seed, 10 seeds, 100 seeds. Whether it was 10 or 100 or even 1,000, the enhancement was only in the amplitude of rule comprehension. But 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun transformed Lin Yuan's physical body towards the ultimate direction of the rules. Lin Yuan did not know the end point of this transformation, but he was certain it wasn't anything bad. Putting aside the physical transformation, my current comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule has reached the peak of the 7th realm, and it would take at most 1 year to advance. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, without the help of the seeds of the fierce sun, it would have taken tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of the 7th realm. After condensing 10 seeds, it could be achieved within 1,000 years. Now, with the support of 3,700 seeds of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan was certain that he could reach the peak of the 7th realm of spacetime within a year. CTH Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Perhaps even the 8th realm of spacetime could be reached in a short time. However, condensing new seeds of the fierce sun now seems much more difficult than when I started. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Starting from the 3,334th seed of the fierce sun, the difficulty of condensing each seed massively increased. Whereas Lin Yuan could condense a seed of the fierce sun between breaths, now he needed 10 breaths, or even 100, to do so. The next significant threshold for the seeds of the fierce sun should be 33,333 seeds. I wonder what capabilities it will bring. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. From the current situation, 3,333 seeds could form a minor cycle, and 33,333 seeds could form a major cycle. The condensation of the seeds of the fierce sun mainly tests comprehension. Each seed is incredibly complex, and one must fully understand it before condensing it. However, the fierce sun god nurturing method can only be practiced in this original world. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even his incarnation in the chaos void had tried to condense the seeds of the fierce sun. But the result was unsurprisingly a failure. It wasn't really a failure, as the seeds of the fierce sun were eventually condensed, but they were significantly different from the seeds he was currently condensing, and they also lacked the effect of enhancing rule comprehension. Is it because of the ancestor of the fierce sun, or that eternal fierce sun? Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, at the eternal fierce sun radiating endless light and heat, his thoughts fluctuating. This original world's fierce sun is not a star in the cosmic starry skies. They are completely different concepts. The eternal fierce sun in the sky has almost become regulated, omnipresent, and unstoppable. Let's first condense more seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. These past few months, he had been recultivating martial Tao and condensing seeds of the fierce sun, while also perceiving the unique rule fluctuations of this Feng Yuan world. The rule fluctuations of this Feng Yuan world are different from the chaos void. Reintegrating martial Tao needed some consideration, but it wasn't a big problem. Main universe. Shenhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan is sitting cross-legged. The universe within his body, after over 100 years of adjustments, has undergone earth-shattering changes. In the Feng Yuan world, several months have passed, but for the main universe it has been over 100 years. The universe inside his body. Vast, spanning over millions of light-years. The current universe inside his body. Every inch of space bears extreme space-time pressure. In the main universe, Level 11 beings who have comprehended the rule of time can freely manipulate the speed of time flow, achieving the scenario where thousands of years pass by in the outside world, but only a moment passes for them. It's akin to an alternative method of extending life. But now, forget about Level 11 beings who have comprehended the rule of time, even those whose spatiotemporal fusion rule has reached the 5th realm of Level 11 perfect. Their influence of the time flow is much less, only able to control up to several dozens of times the speed. The same applies to space. Level 9 evolvers in the main universe can easily occupy tens of thousands, or even millions of spatial layers. But here, it is not so easy. Level 9 beings are also known as multispatial life, yet the number of spatial layers they can occupy in this internal universe has been greatly reduced. Simply put, the current spacetime in Lin Yuan's inner universe is extremely precise and even somewhat harsh. My current inner universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996 Arrival of the Qing Envoy. Subscribe request. _2 Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation carefully observed. Before beginning the reconstruction of his inner universe, Lin Yuan's inner universe had already expanded to nearly 8 million light-years. Compared to its current breadth of 10 million light-years, the increase wasn't dramatic, merely 2 or 3 times larger. Yet in reality, Lin Yuan's current inner universe had grown incomparably stronger, both in foundational essence and qualitative attributes, by hundreds or even thousands of times. The difference between Lin Yuan's 10 million light-year inner universe and an ordinary one of similar scale was akin to comparing tofu to diamond, fragile versus unyielding. This is just the beginning. Once you completely refine the jade gourd and grasp even the introductory portion of the legacy left by its former master, your inner universe will undergo another transformation. At that point, it will stand shoulder to shoulder with the inner universes of those at the Chaos Realm. Nearby, the red-clad child leaned back with crossed legs, unable to suppress her comment. To rival the inner universes of those at the Chaos Realm, merely at the introductory stage? Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. According to the red-clad child, once he fused every rune containing the universe's constructs into his inner universe, it would approach the level of a Chaos Realm inner universe. But now she claimed he could match those inner universes simply by entering the introductory stage. That level belonged to Chaos Venerables, an overwhelming universe comparable to the innate universe birthed by the Chaos Void itself. The greatness of the old master far exceeds your imagination. The red-clad child, feeling smug, finally regained a shred of her confidence. For the past century, Lin Yuan's efficiency in reconstructing his inner universe had caused the red-clad child to doubt herself, even questioning if she, the spirit of Jade Gourd, was redundant. The creator of the Jade Gourd had left a cosmic era limit for comprehending its runes but set no specific standards for the reconstruction process. This was because modifying the inner universe was incredibly time-consuming. However, Lin Yuan, he had accomplished over 90% of the reconstruction in merely a century. How many lives can I protect from the cosmic apocalypse with what I have now? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. Over these years, during casual chats with the red-clad child, the impending fate of this universe had been discussed. The impending clash between two chaos great saints that would prematurely usher in cosmic destruction. 80 to 90%, perhaps. The red-clad child lazily replied, "If you master even the introductory portion of the legacy left by the old master, you can completely disregard the backlash of this universe. As many lives as you want to save, you'll be able to take them away." If his inner universe reached parity with a Chaos Venerable's inner universe, it would be equivalent to the main universe itself. Even the most intense backlash from this universe could either be ignored outright or fended off entirely. Understood. Lin Yuan's spirit slightly sharpened as he resumed reconstructing the inner universe. Origin world. Qingfen domain. Dongyang family. Dongyang Meng sat cross-legged, attempting to condense her 10th seed of the fierce sun within her body. This was not her first attempt. Each prior attempt had ended in failure. 10 seeds of the fierce sun would grant her direct admittance under Lord Qingfen's tutelage without needing to face any competition. Despite the Dongyang family's scheming, which eliminated the rival Yu Yen of the Yu family, apprenticeship under Lord Qingfen with 9 seeds of the fierce sun wasn't remotely comparable to doing so with 10. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Beads of sweat streamed down Dongyang Meng's pale forehead. The pressure of condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun was formidable. Who knew how long had passed? Threads of scorching energy trickled from every direction into Dongyang Meng's body. The 10th seed of the fierce sun slowly took shape, finally stabilizing. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? I finally condensed it? Dongyang Meng felt dazed. She had lost count of how many times she had tried to condense the 10th seed. But this time, it had happened? A surge of unprecedented joy filled Dongyang Meng's heart. To condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun before 500 years of age meant unimaginable honor and status, the foundation to build a top-tier family from the ground up. Before long, news of Dongyang Meng's success reached the ears of the Dongyang clan leader. What? Menger condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang clan leader was incredulous. Over the years, he too had yearned for a clan member to achieve this milestone. But it had always remained a distant dream. There had been a handful of disciples from the Dongyang family who'd managed to condense 9 seeds of the fierce sun before age 500. But 10? Not a single one. The jump from 9 seeds to 10 was a fundamental transformation, the difficulty beyond comparison. Good. The Dongyang clan leader was elated. He quickly found Dongyang Meng and, upon repeated confirmation, brought her before several Self-Dao realm elders of the Dongyang family. Although the seeds of the fierce sun resided within one's body, they couldn't be perceived by outsiders. Only specific methods granted by the fierce sun ancient country could definitively verify their presence. Thus, the Dongyang clan leader had no choice but to rely on Dongyang Meng's verbal confirmation. As for verification, the Dongyang family didn't possess that capability. Condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang family's Self-Dao realm elders were ecstatic. Menger, you are the pride of our clan. You must keep this matter absolutely hidden. If the Qing envoy arrives, everything will be laid bare. The Dongyang family's elder spoke seriously. This was no trifling matter. Elder, I have indeed condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun, Dongyang Meng affirmed with certainty. The 10 seeds of the fierce sun floated within her, providing her with overwhelming rules perception, a sensation she couldn't possibly fake. The difference between 10 and 9 seeds of the fierce sun was as vast as that between 9 and 1. That's good. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Dongyang family elder's face crept into a smile. Our Dongyang family will soar to greatness thanks to you, Menger. Without the family's cultivation, there would be no Dongyang Meng today. Dongyang Meng replied promptly, her gratitude toward the clan genuine. All right, now you should rest for the time being. The Qing envoy will arrive in a few months. Focus on stabilizing your 10 seeds of the fierce sun during this time. The elder of the Dongyang family spoke soothingly. The Qing envoy served as Lord Qingfen's messenger, traversing the Qingfen domain. Both the Dongyang family and the Yu family sought to become disciples under Lord Qingfen's tutelage, and this would be decided by the Qing envoy. Only those meeting the requirements could be selected. Understood. Dongyang Meng nodded. Although she had successfully condensed the 10th seed of the fierce sun, stabilizing it would require additional time. After Dongyang Meng departed, the remaining elders of the Dongyang family exchanged glances, their faces filled with relief and triumph. The rise of the Dongyang family is now inevitable. The elder of the Dongyang family spoke with exhilaration. If 9 seeds could barely push the clan to the threshold of being a first-class family, then 10 seeds would place them among the pinnacle of such families. Elder, what now? Should we publicize Menger's achievement of condensing the 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Dongyang clan leader was equally excited. The Dongyang family's rise to prominence would naturally elevate his position as clan leader. Publicize it? Why would we publicize it? The Dongyang elder's gaze grew profound as he questioned in return. Don't publicize it? The Dongyang clan leader froze momentarily before understanding. Indeed, a heaven-defying talent capable of condensing 10 seeds of the fierce sun was untouchable in the Qingfen domain. But better safe than sorry. With the Yu family next door, who could guarantee they wouldn't act recklessly upon learning that the Dongyang family had birthed such a transcendent talent? Now, the Dongyang family only needs to quietly wait for the Qing envoy to arrive. Everything else is unnecessary. The Dongyang elder was exceedingly cautious, determined to avoid unnecessary complications. Time passed. Half a year flashed by. One day, 3 figures appeared silently outside the Dongyang family estate. These 3 figures, one tall, 2 short, had restrained their auras, yet the space and time in their vicinity subtly felt suppressed. This region, I recall Dongyang family and Yu family have each produced one promising youth, barely meeting the qualifications to become disciples of the Marquis. The shorter figure on the left remarked, gazing toward the Dongyang estate in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 997C of Fierce Sun, please subscribe. Even among those who have condensed 9 seeds of the Fierce Sun, there are distinctions of rank and achievement. To condense 9 seeds of the Fierce Sun at the age of 400 is entirely different from doing so at the ages of 450 or 480. The 2 youngsters from the Dongyang clan and the Yu clan are among the more exceptional talents with 9 seeds of the Fierce Sun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been considered as candidates for Lord Qingfen's discipleship. I heard that the genius from the Yu clan was secretly crippled by the Dongyang clan. The shorter figure on the right murmured, his information coming from the Yuchi clan. The Yuchi clan, despite its decline, still holds influence as a top-tier clan. Humph. The scheming and infighting between these second-tier clans is indeed amusing. The shorter figure on the left chuckled lightly. Though, it's also a viable strategy. The Marquis only values the outcome. If that youngster from the Yu clan was indeed crippled, it simply means they were never qualified to become the Marquis' disciple. The tall figure in the center remarked coldly. Among the 3 figures, he was clearly the most powerful, exuding an aura of supremacy. Let's go inside. The tall figure in the center spoke. He then quickly stepped into the Dongyang clan's premises. Members of the Dongyang clan pay respect to the 3 Qing envoys. The Dongyang clan's Dao realm ancestors slightly bowed, followed by the high-ranking members of the clan who all showed reverence, greeting the 3 figures respectfully. Bring the person forward. The tall figure spoke directly. In the vast Qingfen domain, there were countless clans similar to the Dongyang clan, and he wasn't interested in wasting time here. Understood. The Dongyang ancestor nodded immediately. Soon, Dongyang Meng stepped forward. So, it's you, youngster. The tall figure gave Dongyang Meng a once-over but didn't take any action. However, the shorter figure on the left raised his hand and produced a crimson mirror, its surface engraved with a blazing sun that seemed to burn intensely. The shorter figure slightly activated the crimson mirror, directing it toward Dongyang Meng. In an instant, the mirror's surface began to ripple. Tiny suns began to emerge. 1, 2, 3. 10 miniature suns steadily appeared on the mirror's surface. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? The shorter figure's expression showed surprise, and he turned to look at the tall figure. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The tall figure also paused briefly, a rare moment of praise escaping his lips. To enter Lord Qingfen's ranks with 10 seeds of the fierce sun, given time, the individual status ranking wouldn't be inferior to their own. Such a person would undoubtedly rise to be a prominent figure in the Qingfen domain. Upon hearing the Qing envoy's acknowledgement, the Dongyang clan elder leaders finally felt their lingering anxieties dissipate. With the confirmation from the Qing envoy, Dongyang Meng's ability to condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun was unmistakable. Your Dongyang clan has done well to cultivate a genius with 10 seeds of the fierce sun. The tall figure finally addressed the Dongyang clan ancestor. Discovery of a 10-seed genius was recognized as a merit for the Qing envoys traversing the Qingfen domain, earning them additional rewards from Lord Qingfen. It's all thanks to Menger's own diligence, the Dongyang clan ancestor answered humbly. Prepare yourself now, shortly, I will take you to meet the Marquis, the tall figure said warmly to Dongyang Meng. All right. Dongyang Meng nodded, a slight sense of euphoria rising within her. Even the lofty Qing envoy was speaking to her with such kindness. Lord Qing envoy, our Dongyang clan previously had a matter with the Yu clan. The Dongyang ancestor cautiously began. The Yu clan had exposed the incident of the Dongyang clan attacking Yu Yen through connections with the Yuchi clan, leaving the Dongyang clan ancestor somewhat uneasy. It doesn't matter. The tall figure waved his hand dismissively. Even if Dongyang Meng hadn't been a 10-seed genius, he wouldn't have pursued this matter. Predatory survival is inherent to the world. If the Dongyang clan had the strength to cripple Yu Yen, it simply proved Yu Yan's fate. Thank you, Lord Qing envoy. The Dongyang clan ancestor exhaled in relief. In truth, after confirming Dongyang Meng's 10th seed of the fierce sun, he hadn't been too worried about the matter. The difference between 9 seeds and 10 seeds was significant, after all. But now, with the Qing envoy's guarantee, there was truly no cause for concern. Song, go to the Yu clan and confirm Yu Yan's number of seeds of the fierce sun. The tall figure glanced at the shorter figure and instructed. This visit by the 3 Qing envoys was specifically for the Dongyang clan and the Yu clan. Having encountered an unexpected success at the Dongyang clan, their next stop was naturally the Yu clan. Senior brother, do we still need to check the Yu clan? The shorter figure, Song, raised an eyebrow. Given the Dongyang clan ancestor statements, Yu Yen was likely already crippled, and with Dongyang Meng's emergence as a 10-seed genius, Song saw little need to visit the Yu clan. The tall figure furrowed his brows slightly. Procedures mattered. Could they simply disregard protocol? Perhaps it's best to visit the Yu clan even briefly? The Dongyang clan ancestor suggested cautiously. At this moment, he was fully confident. With Dongyang Meng confirmed as a 10-seed genius, the Dongyang clan's rise was inevitable. Offering the Yu clan a chance now posed no threat. Let's go. The tall figure nodded. Understood. The shorter figure Song chose not to resist further. Skipping the visit to the Yu clan might cause unnecessary complications. From Song's perspective, this was simply running an errand, a matter to be resolved quickly. Soon, Song arrived at the Yu clan. The Yu clan pays respect to the Qing envoy. The elders of the Yu clan bowed deeply, joined by all senior members, including Patriarch Yu Chaolong, who greeted the Qing envoy respectfully. To become a Qing envoy in the Qingfen domain, one must possess at least peak self-Dao realm cultivation. Some envoys were even in the Dominator realm. Moreover, Qing envoys served as Lord Qingfen's disciples, mastering many of the secret techniques and forbidden arts passed down by him, making their combat prowess incomparable even to ordinary self-Dao realm cultivators. Rise, Song replied indifferently. To him, this visit was merely procedural, ensuring no loose ends remained. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is the Qing envoy here alone? One of the Yu clan elders asked cautiously. Typically, Qing envoys traveled in groups of 2 or 3. It was rare for them to act solo. My 2 senior brothers are at the Dongyang clan. They sent me to check on things here, Song said casually. The tall figure's reason for sending Song to the Yu clan was simply to cozy up to the Dongyang clan and Dongyang Meng. After all, if Dongyang Meng developed normally, she would eventually become a Qing envoy herself, and the Dongyang clan was poised to ascend to the summit of top-tier clans. So, the other Qing envoys are still at the Dongyang clan? The elders of the Yu clan exchanged uneasy glances. Why would Qing envoys linger at a mere Dongyang clan? Even if Dongyang Meng were assuredly joining Lord Qingfen's ranks, it hardly warranted such attention. Ordinary 9-seed geniuses, even as disciples of Lord Qingfen, were simply considered his most basic protégés, no more than tools enabling a clan like Dongyang's entry into top-tier status. Why would Qing envoys remain there? Moreover, Song referred to them as his senior brothers. Clearly, the other 2 Qing envoys were stronger than he was. This realization raised concern among the Yu clan elders. Indeed, the Dongyang clan has produced a rare 10-seed genius, Song said, glancing at the Yu clan elders without hesitation, with his senior brothers still at the Dongyang clan to protect Dongyang Meng. Revealing this fact posed no risks. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? Dongyang Meng condensed a 10th seed of the fierce sun? The Yu clan elders turned visibly grim. Dongyang Meng, as a 10-seed genius, would inevitably rise to power in the Qingfen domain, to the extent that even the Yu clan would have to look up to her. How could this be? Yu Chaolong, the Yu clan's patriarch, was equally stunned. Wasn't Dongyang Meng supposed to rival Yu Yen as a talent? How had she leaped forward as a 10-seed genius? Trouble. The Yu clan elders felt the weight of impending doom. If Dongyang Meng had merely possessed 9 seeds, even while joining Lord Qingfen's ranks, the Yu clan might not be able to compete with the Dongyang clan but could still barely retain their footing. Despite being a second-tier clan, the Yu clan had favorable relationships with certain first-tier clans. Dongyang Meng, even as one of Lord Qingfen's disciples, likely would not be able to move against them. But now, 10 seeds? As soon as Dongyang Meng's status as a 10-seed genius spread, the Yu clan would face untold upheaval. First-tier clans with prior alliances would undoubtedly sever ties as swiftly as possible. Let us proceed, Song declared flatly, aiming to conclude the matter quickly and reunite with his senior brothers. Lord Qing Envoy, please wait a moment, Yu Chaolong said gravely before stepping away. Outside the cavern, Yu Chaolong contacted Lin Yuan. Soon, the cavern doors opened. Yen, come with me to meet the Qing Envoy, Yu Chaolong spoke heavily. The Qing Envoy has arrived? Lin Yuan asked, slightly surprised. Neither the Yu clan nor the Dongyang clan knew the precise time the Qing envoys would arrive. What happened? Lin Yuan noticed Yu Chaolong's unease. Dongyang Meng condensed 10 seeds of the fierce sun, Yu Chaolong said quietly. 10 seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan glanced at Yu Chaolong. After today, I will arrange for you to leave, and the Yu clan will relocate its members as well, Yu Chaolong said. This was a precaution against retaliation from the Dongyang clan. Let's go. Yu Chaolong led Lin Yuan toward the outside. Soon, the two appeared before the Qing envoy. You are Yu Yen? Song scrutinized Lin Yuan briefly. That's me. Lin Yuan, in turn, observed him. Without wasting words, Song produced the crimson mirror, its fiery sun engraving glowing intensely. The crimson mirror emitted a pale light, instantly directing it toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression became serious, realizing he couldn't evade the mirror's rays. Its speed far surpassed that of space-time. Song eyed the mirror casually. Typically, upon the mirror's illumination, the subject's number of condensed seeds of the fierce sun would immediately be revealed. Yet, at this moment, the crimson mirror's surface remained unaffected. What's happening? Song's mind filled with confusion, though he maintained an outward composure. Just as Song prepared to stimulate the crimson mirror a second time, the previously calm mirror surface suddenly responded. Splash! Within the mirror appeared a vast crimson ocean, its waves crashing and churning endlessly. Upon close inspection, one could see that each wave was formed by tens of seeds of the fierce sun. Song's jaw dropped, his thoughts a chaotic blur. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998. A sea? A sea entirely composed of seeds of the fierce sun? Qing envoy Song stared at the crimson mirror surface, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Since when could the seeds of the fierce sun, so painstakingly difficult to condense even a single one, appear in the form of a sea. Ever since Lord Qingfen received the decree from the fierce Sun Ancient Kingdom, ruling over the Qingfen domain, countless geniuses had been born in this expansive domain over the millennia. The 10 fierce Sun geniuses, considered extraordinary within ranges spanning tens of thousands to millions of years, could directly enter into the ranks under Lord Qingfen. Yet, when extending the timeline to tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even eons, the 10 fierce Sun geniuses did not appear particularly dazzling. According to Song's knowledge, the most formidable genius in the history of the Qingfen domain was none other than Lord Qingfen's eldest disciple Feng Wanqing. Back then, prior to reaching 500 years old, Feng Wanqing had condensed a total of 732 seeds of the fierce Sun. But now, Song stared blankly at the fiery red mirror and the sea of fierce Sun, a single wave crashing within it revealing dozens of seeds of the fierce Sun. Then what about the entirety of the sea? How many seeds of the fierce Sun were there? 3,000? 10,000? Song dared not imagine. This utterly exceeded his perception. This matter must be reported to senior brother immediately. Qing envoy Song forcibly steadied his nerves, deeply realizing that the scene before him was entirely beyond his ability to handle. His only option was to notify his senior brother as soon as possible. In truth, even his sovereign realm senior brother would likely be incapable of dealing with such a monstrous prodigy capable of condensing so many seeds of the fierce Sun. But the matter must still pass through his senior brother. Buzz. In the next moment, Qing envoy Song retrieved a crimson jade slip. This was the communication tool exclusively for disciples under Lord Qingfen, enabling instant contact within the Qingfen domain. Senior brother, I've discovered a sea of fierce Sun here at the Yu family's place. Qing envoy Song carefully composed his message, altering his wording multiple times, doing his utmost to articulate the extraordinary experience he was currently facing. What's wrong with Lord Envoy? The Yu family's several elders and leaders observed Qing envoy Song's peculiar state, but their concern remained faint. They didn't probe further. Most of their focus was directed toward the dire predicament looming over them. The Dongyang family had produced a supreme genius among the 10 fierce Sun geniuses, an exceedingly bad development for the Yu family. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the catastrophic eradication of their entire clan. Thus, the Yu family's Dao realm elders had already begun considering the matter of transferring the clan's foundational hopes for survival. After years of relentless conflict between the Yu family and the Dongyang family, their grievances were irreconcilable. Now that the Dongyang family was rising to prominence, how could they possibly spare the Yu family? Hence, the Yu family's elders had never entertained thoughts of surrender or negotiation. Conversely, had a supreme genius emerged from the Yu family among the 10 fierce Sun geniuses, they likewise would never have accepted surrender or negotiation from the Dongyang family. That crimson mirror, can it probe the state of the seeds of fierce Sun within my body? Lin Yuan stood motionless, observing Qing envoy Song as he stared at the fiery red mirror with vacant intensity. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had distinctly felt a sensing presence, and each seed of fierce Sun within his body had responded. By now, the seeds of fierce Sun within Lin Yuan's body had formed a complete cycle, akin to an integrated whole, making him acutely aware of even the slightest external disturbance. It seems he's already aware of how many fierce Sun seeds I've condensed. Lin Yuan considered Song's reaction, his expression unfazed. 6 months ago, Lin Yuan had already condensed more than 3,000 seeds of fierce Sunday. The current number had exceeded 10,000, reaching a total of 10,363. Sir the Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Such an astonishing quantity of seeds of fierce Sun condensed by an individual under 500 years old. Lin Yuan had never heard of anything like it. But perhaps that's for the best. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. In the Qingfen domain, as in other great domains, all exist under the eternal radiance of the fierce Sun, unless Lin Yuan intended to remain forever hidden and stand opposite the fierce Sun Ancient Kingdom, he could only choose to align himself with their factions, maximizing his own interests. At least for now, Lord Qingfen was likely a chaos venerable tier powerhouse. while the fierce Sun ancient kingdom was unfathomable in its depths. Dongyang family. The towering figure was currently being treated by several of the Dongyang family's elders. Dongyang Meng obediently stood to the side, while numerous Dongyang family leaders below radiated expressions of reverence toward her. As a supreme genius among the 10 fierce Sun geniuses, Dongyang Meng's successful entry into Lord Qingfen's ranks would bring unimaginable status and honor. The entire Dongyang family would benefit for countless millennia because of Dongyang Meng. Looking back, I wouldn't have needed to ambush and kill that Yu Yan, Dongyang Meng thought aimlessly to herself. Had she not yet condensed her 10th seed of fierce Sun, preemptively eliminating Yu Yan of the Yu family would have been a worthwhile strategy. Yet now, as she had successfully condensed her 10th seed of fierce Sun, those actions seemed laughable by comparison. In Dongyang Meng's mind, the disparity in their future statuses was now destined to be worlds apart. Why hasn't Song returned yet? The towering figure inquired inwardly. He had instructed Song to visit the Yu family, merely as a formality. Could it be that Song was now receiving the Yu family's hospitality? At that moment, the towering figure's expression shifted subtly as he retrieved a crimson jade slip. Song had sent him a message from his visit to the Yu family. What happened? The towering figure frowned, puzzled as to why Song would resort to using the communication slip. Shouldn't he have simply returned in person? Although somewhat irritated, the towering figure still spared a trace of his consciousness to inspect the jade slip. The message contained within was short, yet it caused the towering figure's expression to shift dramatically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 999 Lord Qingfen, Seeking Subscriptions. Honester 2 inches C composed of the seed of the fierce Sun? The tall figure was incredulous. If he hadn't been certain that Song wouldn't joke about such matters, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. A C? Composed of the seed of the fierce Sun? Senior brother, has something happened? Another Qing envoy nearby asked softly. The Yu family. The tall figure's heart trembled. He glanced at the Qing envoy beside him and swiftly said, "Come with me to the Yu family," although he was confident that Song wouldn't jest about such things. If the Yu family had truly condensed an ocean-like quantity of seed of the fierce Sun, seeing it with his own eyes was the only certainty. Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately, in front of the elders of the Dongyang clan, the tall figure and the other Qing envoy vanished. From beginning to end, the tall figure gave no explanation to the elders of the Dongyang clan. If Song's information was true, then Yu Yan of the Yu family would surely be unprecedented in the history of the Qingfen domain. In comparison, Dongyang Meng, the so-called 10 fierce Sun genius, seemed utterly insignificant. Before the age of 500, producing 10 seed of the fierce Sun was considered impressive, but such talents emerged in the Qingfen domain from time to time. The two Qing envoys, the Dongyang clan elders, looked somewhat dumbfounded. Their sudden disappearance caught them off guard. Where did the Qing envoys go? The Dongyang clan leader couldn't help but ask. Meanwhile, he glanced at Dongyang Meng. The Qing envoys had abruptly left without offering a single explanation, completely disregarding Dongyang Meng, the legendary 10 fierce Sun genius. This made the Dongyang clan leader uneasy. After all, Dongyang Meng was regarded as the hope for their clan's future. Yet now, even he had been abandoned. Perhaps it's urgent business? One of the elders of the Dongyang clan speculated. The departure of the Qing envoys in such haste surely indicated major developments. Let's hope so. The second Dongyang clan elder's gaze wavered. We should take a trip near the Yu family to investigate. Though the possibility was slim, the third Qing envoy, Song, had recently gone to the Yu family and had yet to return. Now, the remaining two Qing envoys displayed entirely unusual behavior. This raised the question of whether their abrupt departure might be connected to the Yu family. The Yu family? Why go to the Yu family? The Dongyang clan leader asked, startled. Let's go take a look. The Dongyang clan elder's face revealed unease as he added, I hope my suspicions aren't correct. The Yu family. Soon after Qing envoy Song made contact. The tall figure and another Qing envoy arrived quickly. The Yu family wasn't far from the Dongyang clan, which explained the tall figure's suspicion about Song's prolonged absence. Senior brother. When Qing envoy Song saw the tall figure appear, he immediately approached. The Yu family elders, busy contemplating the next step in transferring their clan's flame seed, promptly noticed the arrival of the other two Qing envoys. Greeting the two Qing envoys, Yu Chaolong immediately approached and bowed, though puzzled. 3 Qing envoys? Song Qing envoy said the other two were with the Dongyang clan, discussing Dongyang Meng, the 10 fierce sun genius. Why are they here as well? The Yu family elders exchanged baffled glances. Qing envoy. The elder leading the Yu family reached out to receive a crimson mirror from Song, a wild speculation stirring in his heart. Could it be that Yu Yen was also a 10 fierce sun genius? Otherwise, how could it warrant the presence of the other two Qing envoys along with the verification by the fierce sun realm, granted by the fierce sun ancient country? My son. Yu Chaolong also arrived at the same speculation. The reactions from the 3 Qing envoys were simply too unusual. Without saying it outright, their behaviors, reinforced by their hypercognitive speeds at the 11th and 12th layers of life, made the situation impossible to miss. The Qing envoy who came, is he at the dominating realm? Lin Yuan's gaze stopped on the tall figure. Among the 3 Qing envoys, 2 were at the peak of the path-splitting realm, while 1 had reached the dominating realm. The foundation of this Feng Yuan world is truly astonishing, Lin Yuan thought, slightly awed. Though the Qingfen domain was vast, its size was only comparable to a universe within the chaos void. Yet it accommodated so many powerful beings? Perhaps because of the fierce sun god-nurturing method? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. The fierce sun god-nurturing method significantly amplified rule comprehension among the beings of the fierce sun ancient country, thereby drastically increasing the likelihood of the emergence of strong individuals. While others might not achieve Lin Yuan's feats of condensing over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun, it wasn't unreasonable for some to produce several or even dozens, especially without the 500-year age limit. And condensing several or dozens of seed of the fierce sun was enough to elevate their rule comprehension by multiple levels. Could it truly be so? The tall figure stared at the crimson mirror, waves surging within the sea of fierce sun, his thoughts tumultuous. Hearing of the sea of fierce sun and seeing it were 2 entirely different experiences. Even the current senior brother wouldn't be capable of producing this many seed of the fierce sun, the tall figure thought. The senior brother in his heart was none other than Lord Qingfen's first disciple, second only to Lord Qingfen in the Qingfen domain, Feng Wanqing. Before the age of 500, Feng Wanqing had condensed over 700 seed of the fierce sun. After years of cultivation, his current number must have only grown. Yet even so, it likely couldn't compare to the ocean of seed of the fierce sun reflected in the crimson mirror. How was this achieved under 500 years? Another Qing envoy found it difficult to fathom. Nobody questioned whether the ancient fierce sun mirror might be mistaken. A relic bestowed by the fierce sun ancient country could never err. Yet that only deepened the mystery. Over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun forming a sea. Could Yu Yen possibly condense a seed every few years? What the 3 Qing envoys didn't know was that this sea of over 10,000 seed of the fierce sun was merely the result of Lin Yuan's efforts within the past year, far from their assumption of 500 years. In truth, Lin Yuan could condense a seed every few breaths. Senior brother, what now? Seeing the tall figure frozen in place, Qing envoy Song, strangely relieved, quickly asked, "What do you think we should do?" Ia the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The tall figure shot a glance at Song. "What do I think?" Song pondered. Contact the Marquis? Although they, as disciples of Lord Qingfen, were Qing envoys, they still addressed Lord Qingfen as Marquis. "There's no need." The tall figure shook his head, a peculiar look crossing his face. "The Marquis likely already knows." Each ancient fierce sun mirror was divided into subsidiary mirrors and a primary mirror. Qing envoys carried the subsidiary mirrors during their travels through the Qingfen domain. The primary mirror, however, remained in the possession of Lord Qingfen. Anything detected by a subsidiary mirror was synced to the primary mirror. Central Qingfen domain. An enormously majestic city stood tall, its sprawling expanse drawing countless powerful presences from all directions. Within the city lay the Qingfen mansion. A man dressed in a long green robe, a faintly glowing green flame flickering between his brows, sat cross-legged. His eyes were sharp and narrow, yet the aura he unintentionally emitted was far vaster than the entire Qingfen mansion and even Qingfen city. This man was Lord Qingfen, known as Great Venerable Qingfen before receiving his title from the fierce sun ancient country. Lord Qingfen suddenly opened his eyes, the green flame between his brows flickering nonchalantly. In this instant, a crimson mirror appeared before him. This mirror exuded a profound dignity, far surpassing that of the subsidiary mirrors carried by Qing envoys. It seemed to embody the eternal fierce sun from the heavens, radiating boundless brilliance and heat. A being capable of condensing 10,363 seed of the fierce sun, under 500 years. Lord Qingfen gazed at the crimson mirror, its surface faintly revealing an ocean of red, a sea entirely composed of seed of the fierce sun. He fell into a deep silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000. Overjoyed, please subscribe. Under 500 years old, yet able to condense such a number of seeds of the fierce sun. Lord Qingfen's heart was equally filled with shock. In the fierce sun ancient country, the seeds of the fierce sun were not merely an indicator of one's depth of understanding of the rules. They held an even deeper significance. A gem of this caliber, Qingfen domain has never seen such a talent, not even the fierce sun ancient country. Lord Qingfen pondered inwardly, uncertain whether such an existence had ever been born in the fierce sun ancient country. The history of the fierce sun ancient country stretched into unfathomable antiquity, predating Lord Qingfen's own birth by eons. Could it be located there? Lord Qingfen turned his gaze in a particular direction. Precisely the area where the Yu family and the Dongyang clan resided. It's the region where Yu Ju and Song are walking. Lord Qingfen's gaze carried a profound distance. Yu Ju, the tall figure, was one of Lord Qingfen's disciples in the ruling realm, someone held in considerable regard. I'll go there myself. Lord Qingfen still felt uneasy and found it necessary to personally verify the matter. Though the ancient fierce sun mirror was never wrong, Lord Qingfen merely wanted to confirm it once more. Outside the Yu family, several ancestors of the Dongyang clan remained stationed in the distance. The 3 Qing envoys are currently within the Yu family. One of the Dongyang clan elders observed for a while, arriving at the conclusion. His expertise in the art of causation was profound. Through his earlier interactions with the 3 Qing envoys, he was able to vaguely pinpoint the threads of cause and effect. If the distance were greater, he might only sense a blurry outline, unable to ascertain specific details. After all, the 3 Qing envoys were masters at obscuring cause and effect, making it near impossible to trace them. Yet with the current proximity, coupled with the fact that 2 of the Qing envoys were within the Self-Dao realm, the same level as the ancestors of the Dongyang clan, the traces of causation were naturally captured. It's confirmed. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan felt a tightness in his chest. When the tall figure and the other 2 Qing envoys had abruptly departed earlier, he had speculated that it might be related to the Yu family. But it was merely speculation, not certainty. Yet now it was confirmed. The 3 Qing envoys were indeed within the Yu family. Why are the esteemed Qing envoys at the Yu family? The other ancestors of the Dongyang clan exchanged whispered conversations, their confusion palpable. Ignoring the outstanding Dongyang Meng, their top talent, and instead all gathering at the Yu family. Could it be that the Yu family's youth is also one of the 10 fierce sons? The 4th elder of the Dongyang clan suddenly speculated aloud. Such a convergence of the 3 Qing envoys strongly suggested this possibility. Impossible. The power of the black pendant I refined cannot recover so easily. One elder from the Dongyang clan furrowed his brow. The black pendant's power was a unique force derived from the path he cultivated. Even among peers in the Self-Dao realm, such power posed a significant threat, let alone to Yu Yen, whom he deemed a mere ant far below the 11th rank. Even with the life-saving trinkets bestowed by the Yu family, it would require an enormous amount of time and effort for Yu Yen to survive, let alone to condense the 10th seed of the fierce sun. There's nothing impossible about it. The black pendant's power you refined is far from undefeatable. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan spoke calmly. At this point, with the behavior of the 3 Qing envoys, the most plausible explanation was that the Yu family's youth was also one of the 10 fierce sons. The conclusion was clear. The process, how the Yu family's youth managed to survive the black pendant's corruption, recover, and condense the 10th seed of the fierce sun was no longer relevant. A pity. We should have acted decisively earlier, cutting off all avenues of escape. The elder of the Dongyang clan who wielded the black pendant's power muttered in a low voice. Had they known that Yu Yen could condense 10 seeds of the fierce sun, they should have outright broken ties with the Yu family. It's too late for that now. The leading elder of the Dongyang clan replied. However, our Menger is also one of the 10 fierce sons. Even if the Yu family's youth is the same, our clan is not afraid. The leader's tone carried confidence. After all, with both sides boasting a 10 fierce sons' genius, neither could overwhelm the other. Indeed, that Yu family youth was merely lucky, condensing 10 fierce sons by chance. How could he compare to our Menger? Pa! The 3 Qing envoys are making too much of this. Even if the Yu family youth has 10 fierce sons, so what? Our Menger has them too. The elders of the Dongyang clan exchanged words, feeling that the Qing envoys were placing undue importance on the youth of the Yu family. Once they pledge allegiance to Lord Qingfen, the true journey begins. The leading elder was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of heat. What's this? The elders of the Dongyang clan froze, their pupils contracting sharply. Within their field of vision, azure flames began to ignite in all directions, consuming the skies above and the earth below. The azure flames swayed and roared, boundless and omnipresent. Azure fire heavens? Is this the arrival of Lord Qingfen? Lord Qingfen, great venerable Qingfen? The elders of the Dongyang clan were struck dumb, their hearts trembling. Where Lord Qingfen went, azure fire swept across the domain, burning all into oblivion with unparalleled ferocity. Only after being conferred the title of Lord by the fierce Sun ancient country did this ferocity somewhat temper. Yet azure fire still inevitably marked his path. Were it not for this restraint, in mere moments, the elders of the Dongyang clan would have been reduced to ashes upon witnessing the azure flames. Lord Qingfen has gone to the Yu family as well? The elders of the Dongyang clan murmured, their voices quivering, now realizing that something far beyond their comprehension had occurred within the Yu family. What could possibly warrant great venerable Qingfen's descent? What exactly is Lord Qingfen going to the Yu family for? Every ancestor of the Dongyang clan found themselves consumed by the same thought. Within the Yu family, all around, azure flames blossomed simultaneously, enveloping heaven and earth. Great venerable Qingfen? Lord Qingfen is here? The elders of the Yu family widened their eyes, instantly comprehending the situation. This was Lord Qingfen, formerly great venerable Qingfen. Although he was now referred to as Marquis, many still addressed him as great venerable Qingfen. Marquis is here. The tall figure of Yu Ju and the other Qing envoys exchanged glances. While they had anticipated that Yu Yan's condensation of the Sea of Fierce Sun would attract Lord Qingfen's attention, they hadn't expected him to arrive in person. Lord Qingfen. Lin Yuan's expression grew serious. Based on all available information, Lord Qingfen's strength should be comparable to that of Chaos Venerables within the Chaos Void. Such a figure was enough to command Lin Yuan's respect. Up until now, Lin Yuan had encountered only a handful of Chaos Realm experts, and they were primarily manifesting through imprints or projections. As for an actual Chaos Venerable, not one had been seen by him. the Chaos Dragon beast within ancient Ming's Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan had seen this entity's towering black horn in the distance. Yet this Chaos Dragon beast, merely approaching the rank of Chaos Venerable, was actually just a ruler-tier creature at its peak, not a true Chaos Realm being. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless azure flames assembled, forming the figure of a man clad in long azure robes. The man's eyes were sharply defined, a cluster of azure flames burning at the center of his brow. He simply stood there, yet the oppressive force he exerted on everyone present was immeasurable. Is this a Chaos Venerable? Lin Yuan studied him intently. Chaos Venerables were born of mastery over chaos rules, layered spatial temporal insights, and reaching the 8th realm. A Chaos Venerable, residing within the Chaos Void, was nearly invincible unless deliberately provoking a Chaos Great Saint. Chaos Flame. Lin Yuan meticulously observed Lord Qingfen. Cultivation at the Chaos level fundamentally deviated from standard rule cultivation. Chaos rules were birthed from the fusion of myriad rules. Once established, they in turn birthed additional rules. For instance, Lord Qingfen had cultivated the path of Chaos Flame. Using Chaos rules as his foundation, he derived supreme flame-based rules, creating a Chaos Flame capable of reducing everything, including time and space, to ashes. As Lin Yuan observed Lord Qingfen simultaneously scrutinized Lin Yuan. Not only has he condensed over 10,000 seeds of the fierce sun, but his physical body is already transforming into the fierce sun divine body. Unparalleled, truly unparalleled. When I reached this stage, it was after 3 million years in the Self-Dao realm. Lord Qingfen's amazement grew with every passing second as he appraised Lin Yuan. The fierce sun divine body was a special physique developed after condensing a sufficient number of seeds of the fierce sun, a body that was indisputably the strongest in the fierce sun ancient country. As for the specific number required, it depended on how synchronously the seeds of the fierce sun could establish cyclical harmony within the cultivator's body. Anywhere between several thousand to tens of thousands of seeds could result in this transformative physique. Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Yuzhu, Song, and the other Qing envoys immediately bowed toward Lord Qingfen. Greetings, Marquis. The Yu family greets great venerable Qingfen. Every member of the Yu family, from elders to ordinary high-ranking clan members, bent low in reverence. This was Lord Qingfen, the once fearsome and renowned great venerable Qingfen. Rise, all of you. Lord Qingfen motioned for them to stand before shifting his gaze back to Lin Yuan. Speaking slowly, "Are you willing to join my Qingfen retinue?" Having spoken, Lord Qingfen fell silent, patiently awaiting Lin Yuan's response. So straightforward? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated some standard pleasantries. "I am willing," Lin Yuan promptly replied. In the fierce sun ancient country, hierarchy was paramount. To secure greater resources and guidance, aligning oneself with a patron was essential. And being recruited by Lord Qingfen, one of the conferred marquises of the ancient country, was the perfect starting point for Lin Yuan to integrate into the fierce sun ancient country. Good. Prepare yourself. In half an hour I will personally escort you back. With those words, Lord Qingfen disappeared. The Marquis is truly remarkable. Indeed, even faced with such monstrous talent, he remains composed. Naturally, as a conferred lord of the fierce sun ancient country, what kind of geniuses hasn't he encountered? The tall figure of Yuzhu and the Qing envoys exchanged glances, conversing in hushed tones. When they had first seen Yu Yan's condensed sea of fierce sun, their hearts had overflowed with uncontrollable astonishment. Even Song had struggled to articulate his thoughts to his senior. Yet Lord Qingfen had maintained an unruffled demeanor throughout. This composed behavior earned the Qing envoys deep admiration. Above the Yu family, beneath the skies, Lord Qingfen's figure appeared, gazing down at the Yu family. Time passed. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lord Qingfen took a deep breath, and ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tumultuous azure flames churned in all directions, forming a sea of fire, though carefully contained within a fixed boundary. The flames roiled ceaselessly, not yet stepped into the self-Tao realm, but has condensed 10,000 seeds of the fierce sun and is already transforming into the fierce sun divine body? And under 500 years of age? Such talent, such a monster, born within my Qingfen domain. Lord Qingfen laughed endlessly, drunk with joy, his entire being immersed in incredulous elation. Sar the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Yen. Was that the Qingfen Grand Sovereign just now? The Qingfen Grand Sovereign. What did the Grand Sovereign say to you? Within the Yu family, Yu Chaolong finally regained his senses after a long pause and couldn't help but ask. Not only Yu Chaolong, but several of the elders of the Yu family felt the same. Even now, they were still immersed in the shock of Lord Qingfen's personal arrival. Everyone only saw the Qingfen Grand Sovereign exchange a few words with Lin Yuan, who responded briefly, but what was said remained an enigma. Lord Qingfen's aura was simply too terrifying. On top of that, the conversation was deliberately shielded. The entire Yu family had no idea about the exchange between Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan. The Grand Sovereign said he wanted to take me as his disciple. Lin Yuan did not conceal the matter, stating it outright. These words were spoken. The elders of the Yu family instantly drew in deep breaths. Even with the mental fortitude of self-Tao realm cultivators, tumultuous waves surged within them at this moment. It wasn't uncommon for Lord Qingfen to take disciples. Various Qing envoys traveling across the Qingfen domain would periodically bring batches of geniuses to pledge themselves to Lord Qingfen. Most of these geniuses possessed 9 suns aptitude, while a small number had condensed 10 suns. Since the Qingfen Grand Sovereign took charge of the Qingfen domain, taking disciples had been routine. However, the process of accepting disciples was for the Qing envoys to escort the individuals back to Qingfen City, where the Grand Sovereign would inspect them before formally accepting them. But now, the Qingfen Grand Sovereign had traveled untold millions of miles from the distant Qingfen City to personally take Lin Yuan as his disciple? Such an event had never occurred since the Qingfen Grand Sovereign assumed control over the Qingfen domain. Even the strongest disciple under the Grand Sovereign's command, Feng Wanqing, who had condensed over 700 sunfire seeds before the age of 500, had never received such treatment. Yen. The elders of the Yu family exchanged glances. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed the Qingfen Grand Sovereign would act in this manner. At the Grand Sovereign's level, the so-called act of taking disciples was merely fulfilling the duties of the fierce sun ancient country. After all, even if he accepted millions of disciples, it was highly unlikely that any would reach the heights where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Sovereign. What exactly is happening? Several Yu family elders hesitated, not daring to probe too deeply, as Yu Chaolong finally voiced the question. Indeed, Ia the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What was happening? Why did the exalted Qingfen Grand Sovereign suddenly descend? Why did he abruptly accept Lin Yuan as his disciple? Just moments ago, the upper echelons of the Yu family had been pondering how to preserve the hope of their lineage amidst the rising dominance of the Dongyang clan. Perhaps it's because I condensed slightly more sunfire seeds, Lin Yuan explained. In truth, this was the sole reason. The fierce sun god nurturing method was a secret technique personally propagated by the fierce sun ancient country. The sunfire seeds condensed through its use held unimaginable power for understanding the principles of the Tao and even facilitating physical transformation. Lin Yuan had condensed over 10,000 sunfire seeds. Within this fierce sun ancient country, such an accomplishment, while not entirely unprecedented, was something that hadn't appeared in countless eons. Slightly more sunfire seeds? The elders of the Yu family deliberated on these words. Yu Chaolong similarly pondered the implications of this statement. Yen. Yu Qiling looked at Lin Yuan. As his mother, she faintly realized what was about to happen next. Lord Qingfen asked me to prepare. He'll take me away shortly, Lin Yuan said. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. A brief farewell to the members of the Yu family was all that was needed. Good, good, good. The elders of the Yu family finally regained their composure. Their spirits rejuvenated as they gazed at Lin Yuan fervently. After the initial shock, fear, and incredulity faded, they began to contemplate what Lord Qingfen's personal arrival to accept Lin Yuan as his disciple truly represented. Half an hour later, Lord Qingfen's figure reappeared. In truth, Lord Qingfen had never left. He had been observing the Yu family from the depths of spacetime, more precisely, observing Lin Yuan. The most terrifying aspect of Lin Yuan wasn't that he had condensed over 10,000 sunfire seeds before the age of 500. It was that during this entire process, he had done it entirely on his own, without any guidance whatsoever. Even the act of condensing sunfire seeds involved numerous tricks and shortcuts to significantly reduce the difficulty. Feng Wanqing, the Grand Sovereign's top disciple, had only condensed a little over 100 sunfire seeds when he first joined the Qingfen Grand Sovereign. Eventually, with guidance from the Grand Sovereign, he was able to condense more than 700 sunfire seeds before the age of 500. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had yet to receive a single ounce of guidance. It could be easily predicted that, upon joining Lord Qingfen's tutelage and gaining relevant guidance, the number of sunfire seeds he would condense before age 500 would surely surge dramatically. Condensing over 10,000 sunfire seeds before the age of 500 was already an unbelievable accomplishment. As for achieving more, Lord Qingfen himself was beginning to anticipate it. Are you ready? Lord Qingfen's tone was gentle. When interacting with others, Lord Qingfen was overwhelmingly aloof, even with his disciples. But with Lin Yuan, he found it impossible to maintain that cold demeanor. I'm ready. Lin Yuan nodded. The members of the Yu family were equally stirred with excitement. At that moment, whoosh, 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 three figures suddenly arrived. It was Yu Ju, Song, and the other Qing envoys in their tall and imposing forms. Earlier, during Lin Yuan's farewells to his parents, the three Qing envoys had also stepped aside. Marquis. Yu Ju bowed to Lord Qingfen and spoke in a low voice. We are aware that the Dongyang clan has previously been harmful to the Yu family and even targeted Yu Yen for assassination. Before his voice fell, Yu Ju flipped his right hand, and hundreds of figures instantly materialized. It was the elders, the clan leader, and the high-ranking members of the Dongyang clan. Even the once-revered Dongyang Meng was among them. At that moment, all members of the Dongyang clan were prostrated on the ground, completely stunned without the slightest understanding of what was transpiring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002. Xian Huang's Precious Treasure. Subscription request. _2 They had originally been in the Dongyang clan, waiting for the three Qing envoys to return. Then, everything went dark and they found themselves here. The Dongyang clan's several ancestors vaguely had some guesses. They had followed the three Qing envoys to near the Yu family's location, only to witness Lord Qingfen personally descend upon the Yu family. Unfortunately, before the Dongyang clan's ancestors could take any action, they were seized by Yu Ju, the Qing envoy of the Dominator realm. Hostile to the Yu family? Attempting to assassinate Yu Yen? Lord Qingfen's brows furrowed slightly. Intangible green flames burned through space and time, plunging all the Dongyang clan members present into a living hell. Marquis, we admit our mistakes. Marquis, we were wrong. Please, spare our lives. The Dongyang clan's several ancestors looked terrified. Even now, they did not understand why Lord Qingfen had descended. But one thing was clear: it had to do with Yu Yen. Otherwise, Yu Ju wouldn't have explicitly mentioned the incident of attempting to assassinate Yu Yen. Given such circumstances, the Dongyang clan's ancestors didn't dare to refute anything and immediately began begging for mercy. Marquis, have mercy. Marquis, we were wrong. The other members of the Dongyang clan, seeing this, also began pleading fervently. When even their ancestors started begging for their lives, these people certainly wouldn't dare do otherwise. Marquis, our Dongyang Meng is one of the 10 fierce sun talents, a status confirmed by the 3 Qing envoys. Marquis, if you spare us, Dongyang Meng will undoubtedly serve you loyally unto death. The leading ancestor of the Dongyang clan trembled with unease. Although Dongyang Meng had not formally joined Lord Qingfen's retinue, she had already been confirmed as one of the 10 fierce sun talents by the Qing envoys, and her induction was only a matter of time. The Dongyang clan's leading ancestor brought up this matter, hoping Lord Qingfen would show leniency to the Dongyang clan for the sake of the future disciple. Lord Qingfen. Dongyang Meng knelt among the crowd, staring at Lord Qingfen, whose hands were clasped behind his back, his face indifferent, still unable to comprehend the situation. Not long ago, she had been a pride of heaven, receiving special approval even from the 3 Qing envoys. But now, she knelt before you family members, before Yu Yen, whom she had once toyed with emotionally. This vast contrast left Dongyang Meng's mind blank. Lord Qingfen paid no attention to the pleas of the Dongyang clan members, instead turning to Lin Yuan and asking, Yu Yen, how do you intend to proceed? The meaning behind these words was clear. It handed the fate of the entire Dongyang clan into Lin Yuan's hands. Yu Yen. The Dongyang clan's leading ancestor immediately turned toward Lin Yuan, pleading, show us mercy. If you spare us, we, the Dongyang clan, are willing to serve the Yu family as you see fit. The Yu family members gulped audibly, though they had realized Lin Yuan, having joined Lord Qingfen's retinue, possessed infinite potential, rendering the Dongyang clan utterly incapable of standing on equal ground with them. They hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. Lin Yuan hadn't even made a move, and the 3 Qing envoys had already captured all the Dongyang clan's elites and declared this matter before Lord Qingfen. Now, Lord Qingfen was questioning Lin Yuan regarding it. Spare you all. Lin Yuan glanced at the Dongyang clan members, lingering briefly on Dongyang Meng. At this moment, Dongyang Meng's eyes reddened, tears threatening to fall as she pleaded tearfully at Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, firm in his decision. The Yu family and the Dongyang clan had been mortal enemies to begin with, and for Lin Yuan, the Dongyang clan had even attempted to assassinate him. With such hatred, Lin Yuan naturally had no intention of sparing them. As for Dongyang Meng, if he were the original Yu Yen, he might truly let her go, even sparing the entire Dongyang clan. But Lin Yuan was not Yu Yen. Even without Lord Qingfen, in at most a few decades or a few hundred years, once Lin Yuan recovered all his strength, he would crush the entire Dongyang clan without hesitation. Marquis, I defer to your decision, Lin Yuan said. Understood. Lord Qingfen nodded. If Lin Yuan truly intended to spare the Dongyang clan, he would have outright said to grant them mercy. By saying it publicly before all members of the Dongyang clan, he could also establish greater prestige. But Lin Yuan had not. Instead, he returned the decision to Lord Qingfen. Implied within his words was a declaration of the Dongyang clan's fate. Dongyang clan. Lord Qingfen looked toward the Dongyang clan members, intangible green flames burning from the depths of space and time. All members of the Dongyang clan were consumed, rapidly reduced to ash. Crackling sounds filled the air. Green flames spread via causal sensing. The Dongyang clan's powerhouses, especially the several Self-Dao realm ancestors, possessed countless life-saving measures. Even if their true selves were destroyed, they could resurrect elsewhere. Yet Lord Qingfen gave them no such chance. The green flames extended through causal connections. Anything associated with the names of Dongyang clan members fell within its burning range. A few breaths later, the green flames slowly subsided. There is no Dongyang clan anymore within the Qingfen domain, Lord Qingfen stated. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Yuan immediately said. No need. Lord Qingfen waved dismissively. Come with me. Lord Qingfen smiled warmly at Lin Yuan. Your aptitude and talent shouldn't be buried here. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The air crackled softly. Lord Qingfen's thoughts moved slightly, and with that, he and Lin Yuan vanished from the spot. The marquis is gone. The three Qing envoys stood in place, letting out a slight breath of relief. Let's head back as well. Yu Ju steadied himself and looked at the other two Qing envoys. It seems the future of the Qingfen domain won't be decided by our senior brother anymore. Main universe. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His internal universe sprawled endlessly, reaching 12 million light-years in circumference. It's about time. The red-clad girl's expression was solemn as she observed the vast internal universe. Although this internal universe was far smaller in size than the main universe, its stability in space and time, as well as the seamless functioning of its laws, completely surpassed the main universe, carrying a vague sense of equivalence. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Just moments ago, he had perfectly replicated the universe structures contained within the so-called runes into his internal universe. My internal universe. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the flow of power in his internal universe. As its creator and pioneer, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the terrifyingly extreme might the internal universe contained. Against this power, an average dominator realm being couldn't defend at all. A moment's hesitation would lead to annihilation. Even a peak dominator realm expert like Zhang Weiyang would face pure power that would crush them absolutely. So, this is the internal universe approaching that of a chaos venerable? Lin Yuan felt immense joy. Although the chaos rules combat techniques weren't entirely tied to the internal universe, for him, a path-splitting realm cultivator, possessing an internal universe of this level was absurd. He could butcher nearly any dominator realm being like livestock. Save for a scant few exceptional dominator realm beings, such as the Chaos Dragon Beast from ancient Ming's Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan could almost be called invincible within the dominator realm. It's far stronger than I expected, the red-clad girl thought to herself. During the replication and integration of the universe constructions within the rune, adjustments had to be made to match the specifics of Lin Yuan's universe. Clearly, Lin Yuan had succeeded with perfection, so much so that the red-clad girl couldn't find even a single flaw. Next, you can proceed with refining the jade gourd. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan and spoke. Only after fully integrating the forces from the universe structures within the runes could one meet the threshold for refining the jade gourd. And now, Lin Yuan was clearly ready to begin refining the jade gourd. Once he refined it, he would completely inherit the legacy left behind by its creator, a legacy rooted in the foundations of a 13th-stage time being's explorations. Even just fragments of this legacy had elevated Lin Yuan's internal universe to its current magnitude. The true legacy to follow Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. A crystalline, translucent jade gourd hovered before him. Refine. Lin Yuan immediately extended a thread of his internal universe's power, channeling it into the jade gourd, starting the refinement process. At the moment the refinement process began, Lin Yuan estimated the approximate time required for completion. About 10 years. To ensure the refinement proceeded smoothly, Lin Yuan directly submerged the jade gourd into the infinite depths of his internal universe's origin sea, where the refinement continued ceaselessly. Refining the jade gourd demanded little of Lin Yuan's focus. It wasn't like reconstructing a universe. It was akin to a slow, meticulous effort. Soon, Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and a golden box materialized within his grasp. The golden box, with its weathered and ancient appearance, bore the imprint of time. At its lower right corner was a faintly discernible and complex mark. This was the treasured artifact Lin Yuan had acquired during the Thousand Treasures Convention on ancient Ming's Chaos Continent. A mystical heirloom of the profound Xianhuang line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003 300 Years. Please subscribe. The profound Xianhuang lineage's treasure? Lin Yuan stared at the golden box. More than 6 months ago, Lin Yuan's avatar had delivered the golden box back. The moment the golden box was in his possession, it seemed to react, slowly absorbing the aura of the Shenhuang evolutionary path within Lin Yuan's body. This absorption continued until now. At this moment, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that the golden box had slowed down, perhaps even stopped absorbing. Is it about to open? Lin Yuan gazed at the golden box, noticing an unusual fluctuation emanating from within. Master! A six-armed figure appeared by his side, cautiously speaking. Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the six-armed figure. Time passed slowly. Crack, crack, the aura within the golden box shifted rapidly, and finally, a crack appeared on the surface of the box. Lin Yuan looked at the crack. The crack grew wider and wider until the golden box fully opened. Inside the golden box, a sheet of beast skin was neatly placed. Calling it beast skin wasn't entirely accurate, but it definitely belonged to some form of powerful creature. Overall, it was azure-colored, exuding a sense of ancient vastness. Lin Yuan examined the beast skin carefully, refraining from acting rashly. The six-armed figure beside him held the same clueless expression, seemingly unable to identify the beast skin. Rise! With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the beast skin gently floated up, swaying lightly in the air. This beast skin is itself a secret treasure, a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. As the beast skin hovered, a peculiar aura spread outward, suppressing space-time. It was clearly emanating from the beast skin. Just a Chaos Realm-level treasure? Lin Yuan's expression carried hints of uncertainty. The beast skin's aura far exceeded that of the Chaos Realm artifact left behind by Cong Weiyang, a peak sovereign realm cultivator. Such high-quality Chaos Realm treasures are worth at least over 100,000 Chaos Stones, yet typically remain unavailable even at market value. After all, a treasure capable of suppressing spacetime is obviously a control-type artifact, and treasures of this type have always been valued above offensive-type artifacts. However, this beast skin came from the golden box, and the golden box itself was from the profound Shenhuang lineage. According to the six-armed figure's account, such golden boxes were all personally refined by Shenhuang himself, and the treasures within were highly likely to be left behind by Shenhuang. A golden box refined by the unequaled great saint Shenhuang, who lived in the era before the cosmic epoch. It's unimaginable that it would contain merely a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Even a great saint-level artifact wouldn't warrant such personal refinement from Shenhuang. Lin Yuan felt deeply puzzled. Master, the surface of this beast's skin appears to have a map engraved on it, said the six-armed figure, seemingly having detected something. A map? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted slightly as he immediately began examining it. Sure enough, the reverse side of the beast's skin had an intricate map etched upon it, spanning overlapping layers of spacetime. Even Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints might get lost navigating such complexity. This map? Lin Yuan swiftly scanned the map. The territory it encompassed was vast beyond measure, at least 10 times larger than the Chaos continent of ancient Ming, marked with numerous regions. This map marks His Majesty's tomb, the six-armed figure suddenly spoke. Tomb. Lin Yuan looked again. A tomb is akin to a burial site. For mortal beings, it certainly holds significance, given their inevitable death. But for Shenhuang? Even a cultivator in the path-splitting realm possesses infinite longevity, let alone Shenhuang, an unequaled great saint. Establishing a tomb implies foreseeing one's death, but for immortal beings like Shenhuang, even Chaos Venerables rarely face death. Let alone foreseeing and accepting death? Even if so, wouldn't Chaos Venerables try to prevent their own demise rather than willingly create their tombs? His Majesty. The six-armed figure stared in stunned silence at the map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. First, did Shenhuang foresee his own death when he built the tomb? Foreseeing one's death but not avoiding it. Could it be because this form of death was inevitable? What kind of death would be inescapable for a great saint? A 13th stage time-life predator hunting him? If Shenhuang truly faced such a predator, his fate would be certain. Moreover, the profound Shenhuang lineage would undoubtedly face obliteration. The malicious intent of a 13th-stage lifeform would encompass far more than just Shenhuang himself. It would erase all things tied to him. Much like how Lord Qingfen wiped out every single member of the Dongyang clan, leaving no trace as the threads of causality spread. Although Shenhuang created 33,333 Shenhuang secret realms to foil others at his level, there's no way he could have deceived a 13th-stage time-life predator. Given the continued existence of the Shenhuang secret realm, it clearly wasn't the action of a 13th-stage lifeform. Examining the map of Xuanhuang's tomb raised doubts about the disappearance of this unequaled great saint. This map only depicts the inside of the tomb but doesn't indicate its location? Lin Yuan wondered silently. That severely limited the map's practical utility. Forget it. Even without the map, this beast skin is a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Purchasing it for just 30,000 Chaos Stones is definitely a bargain. Lin Yuan dismissed his doubts. With the foundation of his current strength, he could fully wield Chaos Realm-level treasures. This beast skin under his control would prove immensely effective. Qingfen City, East Gate. At this moment, the vast eastern gate was already crowded with figures. These figures emanated daunting energy, at least sovereign level, and all belonged to Lord Qingfen's rank of disciples. Lord Qingfen gathered disciples widely, though their number totaled around 100,000. Only several hundred had reached sovereign level. The Marquis wants us to wait here for him. He said he's bringing a newly accepted disciple. What could this mean? Some of the figures whispered among themselves. Just moments earlier, Qingfen Marquis had departed, then sent word for them to wait at this spot. What kind of disciple would make the Marquis personally escort him? A strong cultivator expressed disbelief. Ever since joining Qingfen Marquis, they had never witnessed such a precedent. No matter the type of disciple, since the Marquis has told us to wait, well, simply wait. A majority of them remained silent, merely standing in place patiently. Senior brother, when the Marquis accepted you as a disciple back then, he didn't act this way, did he? Among the gathered disciples, a youth addressed the tall man beside him. The senior brother he referred to was Feng Wanqing, the second most powerful figure in Qingfen domain after Qingfen Marquis. Don't talk about such matters. Feng Wanqing shot the youth a glance. We're all disciples of the Marquis. In the grand battlefield of the ancient country, mutual support is vital. Yes, yes. The youth nodded quickly. He merely felt a little indignant, not harboring any deeper intentions. At that moment, the distant space-time rippled. They've arrived. All the gathered cultivators turned their attention. From the rippling space, Qingfen Marquis emerged wearing his azure robes, followed closely by Lin Yuan. The person beside the Marquis? Likely the newly accepted disciple. Countless gazes focused on Lin Yuan, quietly appraising him. The sight stirred their curiosity. Such deference toward a single disciple hadn't been seen from the Marquis in years. Following Qingfen Marquis out of the space-time passage, Lin Yuan observed the numerous powerful figures waiting. All sovereign level? Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Greetings, Marquis. All the waiting cultivators immediately bowed toward Qingfen Marquis in unison. Looking at the scene, Qingfen Marquis grinned. Turning to Lin Yuan, he said, "These are your senior brothers. Among my disciples, strength determines rank. If your strength surpasses theirs in the future, they will all call you senior brother." Qingfen Marquis declared. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Whether in this Fang Yuan world, the main universe, or the chaos void, the hierarchy where strength is supreme remains universal. Strength equals status, equals everything. Qingfen Marquis turned back toward his disciples, speaking. This is my newly accepted disciple. From now on, he will reside in the sky-burning court. If you're not occupied with pressing matters, don't disturb him. Understood. S.E.A. the novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All his disciples responded immediately, yet inwardly waves of shock arose. The sky-burning court was one of Qingfen Marquis' personal cultivation spaces. They lacked even the qualification to approach. Now Lin Yuan was assigned to live there? This level of favor was immeasurably grand. Having familiarized himself briefly with Qingfen Marquis gathered sovereign-level disciples, Lin Yuan followed the Marquis to the front of the Sky-Burning Court. The Sky-Burning Court is one of my cultivation spaces. Stored within are countless scriptures and inheritances, spanning not only Qingfen domain but also knowledge from other domains, even including the royal archives of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Qingfen Marquis informed Lin Yuan, "Studying these texts and inheriting this knowledge will provide clarity on your future path of cultivation." "Thank you, Marquis." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude immediately. For Lin Yuan, knowledge and inheritance were far more urgent desires than treasures or weapons. Using his against heaven's understanding, the more vast the pool of wisdom, the faster Lin Yuan's growth rate could soar without limits. However, knowledge and inheritance remained priceless commodities throughout any realm. Especially here, the meticulously curated teachings in Sky-Burning Court were bound to be comprehensible and efficient for deeper insights. Once you've spent a year or two inside gaining a basic comprehension of your cultivation path, come find me again. Qingfen Marquis smiled before vanishing. Sky-Burning Court. With renewed resolve, Lin Yuan stepped forward into the space. Main universe. Lin Yuan continued both refining the Jade Gourd and advancing in the Tao, simultaneously delving into his understanding. The rules differed from those of Chaos Void, allowing Lin Yuan's comprehension of cosmic laws to accelerate at a constant pace. Time flowed steadily. 300 years swiftly passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004 Chaos Void. Ia the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chaos Chi Drifting. A vast chaos continent raced forward, continuously crossing great stretches of spacetime, advancing toward its predetermined destination. On the chaos continent, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm, clearly sensing the distance between himself and his true self rapidly growing further apart. If not for stepping into the 12th tier with his mental will surging, he might not have been able to maintain this avatar at this moment. My spacetime perception has already reached the peak of the 7th realm. The maximum range this avatar can operate within is 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold higher than before stepping into the 12th tier. It's sufficient. Lin Yuan thought to himself. To avoid the aftermath of an impending battle between two Chaos Great Saints, the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming began its migration after the conclusion of the Thousand Treasures Convention. Lin Yuan's avatar stayed behind on the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming, serving as an anchor point. In Lin Yuan's vision, after the great cosmic destruction of his home universe, the new home of human civilization would likely be near the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming. First, being close to a Chaos Continent would provide undeniable safety. Second, the Ancient Ming Venerable was quite benevolent and stable in temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have publicly announced that the original region was about to become the battlefield of the two great saints. After the great cosmic destruction, stability would be the most crucial factor for the new home of human civilization. Life from the universe would have just entered the chaos void and would require a stable environment for adaptation. Let's take a look. Lin Yuan stepped out of the inn and headed toward the trading district of Mingchuan City. Galaxy, why not come by our shop for a look? We've just received a batch of new goods, specializing in enjoyment. Galaxy, what's the use of enjoyment? If you've got the money, better to buy a suitable weapon. Our shop has the largest selection of weapons. As Lin Yuan walked through the area, several 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings greeted him proactively. Although he was merely an avatar, the aura Lin Yuan displayed was that of a path-splitting realm at its peak, more than enough to intimidate most path-splitting realm beings. In the Chaos Void, 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings were qualified to roam freely, but there weren't many who reached the peak of the path-splitting realm, and beings at the Dominator realm were even fewer. As for Chaos Venerables, they were titans ruling their domain, beings that ordinary path-splitting realm existences could hardly even encounter. Despite being an avatar, Lin Yuan possessed the strength of a peak path-splitting realm being, naturally attracting efforts from many path-splitting realm beings seeking friendship. After all, One more ally meant one more path forward. Lin Yuan smiled and exchanged greetings as he went, quickly arriving at the front of a palace. Galaxy, you've come. A middle-aged man with heavy wings stepped forward to greet him. Wants you, how's it going? Do you have a suitable fragment world that meets my requirements? Fragment worlds were the fragment meteors, orbiting around the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These could be slightly modified to become excellent places of residence, thus earning the name fragment worlds. Ha ha ha, Galaxy, your requirements for fragment worlds, large enough and entirely free of radiation, are hard to meet, the middle-aged man with heavy wings remarked, shaking his head. The so-called fragment meteors were formed from a mix of various materials in the chaos void, eventually drawn by the gravitational pull of the chaos continent to orbit it. The composition of these materials was complex, with many emitting radiation effects. 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings could naturally ignore such effects, but weaker beings, those at the 8th tier, 9th tier, or even the 1st and 2nd tiers, prolonged exposure to such radiation wasn't beneficial. That's precisely why I've come to you, Wants you, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Wants you, one of the disciples of the ancient Ming Venerable, was specifically responsible for overseeing the fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. Since you've come to me, Galaxy, I'll make sure it's handled perfectly, Wants you said, looking at Lin Yuan and shaking his head with a wry smile. In truth, most path-splitting realm beings regarded Lin Yuan as the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, but Wants you, being a dominant force himself, had already concluded that Lin Yuan was also a being at the dominator level. After all, Wants you had determined that Lin Yuan before him was not the true self but merely an avatar. An avatar that exuded the aura and strength of a peak dominator realm being. There was no doubt that the true Lin Yuan belonged firmly to the dominator realm. Precisely for this reason, Wants you treated Lin Yuan as a brother. Otherwise, as a disciple of the ancient Ming Venerable, how could Wants you care about a mere path-splitting realm pinnacle? In fact, there are indeed a few fragment worlds that meet your criteria, Galaxy. Wants you lifted his hand, and several miniature fragment meteors appeared before Lin Yuan. These were scaled-down replicas of fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These, Lin Yuan immediately grew interested. How many chaos stones? This fragment world, 180,000 chaos stones. That one, 170,000 chaos stones. Wants you began his introductions. Too expensive. Lin Yuan shook his head. For the purpose of finding a new home for human civilization, Lin Yuan had already negotiated with 9 supreme beings, deciding that the chaos stones for this purchase would come from the human civilization treasury, with a budget set between 120,000 and 150,000 chaos stones. Expensive, huh? Wants you nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they are a bit pricey. But these fragment worlds are entirely free of radiation impact, making them ideal for nurturing a population. If you feel it's too costly, I can help you search for other options. Wants you offered. Unsuccessful transactions didn't affect the rapport, and Wants you showed no annoyance at Lin Yuan finding the prices high. Trouble you, Wants you, Lin Yuan said. The search for a new home for human civilization wasn't urgent. From the beginning of the great cosmic destruction to complete annihilation of the main universe, there was still ample time. Lin Yuan could afford to wait for a more suitable fragment world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Infinite Void. Please subscribe. _2 After all, this transaction involved more than 100,000 chaos stones. To put together that kind of wealth, human civilization had nearly been emptied, so caution was naturally required. Main universe. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the surrounding time and space faintly collapsing. Thousands of rules actively withdrew, causing the area around Lin Yuan to entirely devolve into a black hole devoid of any operational rules. 300 years of cultivation. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In these 300 years, he had fully reached the peak of the 7th realm in the domain of spatiotemporal fusion rule. He was just a hair away from the 8-fold realm of spacetime. Additionally, his mental willpower had grown significantly. Of course, the greatest improvement lay within his internal universe. 290 years ago, Lin Yuan had successfully refined the Jade Gourd, obtaining the inheritance contained within the Jade Gourd, Infinite Void. This inheritance, created by a 13th-order temporal lifeform, was specifically designed to shape the foundation of one's internal universe and consisted of 7 layers. Theoretically, upon cultivating to the 7th layer, one's internal universe would evolve into a colossus comparable to the Chaos Void, capable of sweeping across everything. However, the 7th layer of Infinite Void was purely theoretical. Even the Jade Gourd's creator, that 13th-order temporal lifeform, had not reached it, merely speculating its potential. Even so, this inheritance was unimaginably powerful. Simply mastering the first layer and stepping into Infinite Void would elevate one's internal universe to the level of a Chaos Venerable's internal cosmos. The first layer is complete. Lin Yuan sensed the aura of his internal universe, which faintly radiated terrifying pulses of energy. After nearly 300 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan had finally mastered the first layer of Infinite Void. Your internal universe now bears little difference from that of the Chaos Realm's internal universe. A girl in red appeared within his internal universe and, observing the vast cosmos spanning nearly 20 million light-years, casually remarked, "The infinite universe inheritance imposed steep demands on cultivators. Normally, without reaching the mastery realm, one's foundation would be insufficient to comprehend it. Even at the mastery realm, achieving the first layer would not come easily. It required tremendous effort, energy, and time." The girl in red originally intended to offer Lin Yuan a word of caution, reminding him not to be arrogant, as the first layer of Infinite Void was far from sufficient to command the Chaos Void. But upon realizing Lin Yuan was merely at the peak of path-splitting realm, she fell silent. The idea of mastering the first layer of Infinite Void at path-splitting realm and having an internal universe equivalent to that of the Chaos Realms? Even with the memories imparted to her by the Jade Gourd's creator, she had never encountered such a precedent. Right now, my strength still falls short when compared to a true Chaos Venerable. Lin Yuan scrutinized himself and arrived at a conclusion. An internal universe merely equivalent to that of a Chaos Venerable? Naturally, it was inferior to the entirety of the latter's capabilities. After all, the abilities of a Chaos Venerable were not limited to their internal universe. Probably slightly stronger than the Chaos Dragon Beast on ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan assessed inwardly. The Chaos Dragon Beast on ancient Ming Chaos Continent was a marvel birthed by the Chaos Void, its veins carrying traces of temporal bloodline. That was how it nearly rivaled a true Chaos Venerable while still at the peak of the Mastery Realm. The Chaos Dragon Beast had depended on its inherent advantages, while Lin Yuan relied entirely on his own accumulation and foundation. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In truth, Lin Yuan's actual potential far exceeded that of the Chaos Dragon Beast. After all, the Chaos Dragon Beast had already reached the peak of the Mastery Realm, whereas Lin Yuan was still at the pinnacle of Path-Splitting Realm. At merely the pinnacle of Path-Splitting Realm, he could suppress the Chaos Dragon Beast. When he stepped into Mastery Realm and underwent another evolution in strength, he might even rank among the strong within the Chaos Venerables. Internal Universe. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, urging the power of his internal universe to spread outward across the starry skies. Large swaths of the starry skies dissolved into void. This power far exceeded the pinnacle of Path-Splitting Realm. In the next moment, the consciousness of the origin source of the universe descended, circling Lin Yuan several times before slowly withdrawing. The consciousness of the origin source of the universe didn't suppress me? Seeing this, Lin Yuan was pensive. He had been prepared for suppression by the consciousness and ready to flee into the Xianhuang's secret realm if it occurred. Yet, as it turned out, the consciousness of the origin source had not acted as he anticipated. Is it because the cost of suppressing me would be too great? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. The consciousness of the origin source had no personal emotions. All its actions were rooted in considering the overall needs and balance of the universe. The rule forbidding powers beyond the pinnacle of path-splitting realm existed simply because such destructive force could irreparably impact the universe's production and balance. Thus, this iron law came to be. Yet Lin Yuan? Just moments ago, the destruction Lin Yuan wrought far exceeded the pinnacle of path-splitting realm. When the consciousness of the origin source manifested, it discerned Lin Yuan's true strength. The cost of suppressing Lin Yuan now posed a monumental challenge, even for the consciousness of the origin source, consuming massive amounts of the source itself. In the end, it chose to withdraw. The consciousness of the origin source weighed the pros and cons, concluding that suppressing Lin Yuan was disproportionately costly. As long as I don't directly attack the consciousness of the origin source, I can act as I please within this universe, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was well aware that the consciousness tolerance for him had limits. If he crossed these boundaries or violated certain fundamental principles, even with awareness of the heavy costs involved in suppressing Lin Yuan, the consciousness would act. I wonder what would happen if I chose to leave this universe now? Lin Yuan suddenly mused. Given his size and power, one could only imagine how much energy and resources from the universe he had absorbed. If he were to depart permanently, the consciousness of the origin source would undoubtedly react violently. Lin Yuan speculated that this was the consciousness bottom line. Never mind. I won't try. Lin Yuan shook his head. Leaving the universe at present would result in full-scale suppression from the consciousness of the origin source at its peak prowess. Yet, if he waited until after the great collapse of the universe, when the consciousness was about to enter a dormant state, the resistance and suppression would be significantly reduced. Domain of the robber clan. An enigmatic land. Outside an ordinary wooden cabin. A robber clan ultimate stepped out of the cabin and suddenly looked in a particular direction. That is power exceeding the pinnacle of path-splitting realm? The seemingly ordinary wooden cabin was a secret treasure left behind by the progenitor of the robber clan. Not only could it survive one cosmic collapse after another, but it also served as a device to monitor various powers within the universe. Moments ago, two robber clan ultimates clearly sensed the emergence of an aura surpassing the pinnacle of path-splitting realm. It's the aura of the strongest entity in the galaxy. Have they unleashed power beyond path-splitting realm? The robber clan ultimate within the cabin remarked inquisitively. The ultimate outside the cabin looked equally perplexed. They harbored no doubt about the galaxy's strongest being possessing power surpassing the pinnacle of path-splitting realm. A casually conjured avatar could wield strength at that level, and their true self undoubtedly resided in the mastery realm. Yet the reason they did not reveal mastery realm-level power was simply due to the universe's constraints. But earlier, the Galaxy Master displayed prowess at the mastery realm level. Did the Galaxy Master not fear suppression from the consciousness of the origin source? As beings who had endured from the previous cosmic era to this one, they knew full well that displaying power at the pinnacle of path-splitting realm automatically invited suppression from the consciousness of the origin source. Lin Yuan, as a life-form born within this cosmic era, had a slightly broader allowance, but unleashing power beyond the pinnacle of path-splitting realm would still provoke suppression. The experience of such suppression by the consciousness was hardly pleasant. The consciousness of the origin source did not act. It retreated. Soon after, the two robber clan ultimates widened their eyes. Through the wooden cabin's sensory capabilities, they confirmed the arrival of the consciousness of the origin source at the area where the Galaxy Master had unleashed their power. Yet ultimately, no suppression transpired in that location. The consciousness of the origin source did nothing and withdrew rapidly. The consciousness of the origin source retreated voluntarily? The robber clan ultimate outside the wooden cabin looked visibly shocked, their very essence trembling uncontrollably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006 Befuddled Lord Qingfen. Seeking subscriptions. The chaos void is boundless, nurturing countless universes. Each universe is equivalent to a chaos venerable in scale. Within a universe, the will of its origin source reigns supreme. A path-splitting realm peak entity can easily suppress others. Even if a master-level life form emerges, it cannot compete with the consciousness of the universe's origin source. Inside a universe, it is like the home turf of a chaos venerable. What can an ordinary master-level life form use to resist it? Yet just now, the Galaxy Supreme erupted with power surpassing the path-splitting realm peak, and the consciousness of the universe's origin source not only refrained from suppressing but retreated on its own. The two robber clan ultimates did not think this was the kindness of the origin source consciousness. The consciousness of the origin source inherently lacks emotions like kindness. The only reason the origin source consciousness would make such a decision can only be that it believes suppressing the Galaxy Supreme is not worth it. Chaos Realm. Did the Galaxy Supreme cross into the Chaos Realm? The voice of the robber clan ultimate inside the wooden cabin trembled noticeably. Even though they had long theorized that the Galaxy Supreme might be the reincarnation of a great saint. But this cultivation speed is simply too fast. From the birth of the Galaxy Supreme to the present, in only about a millennium they've directly grown to the Chaos Realm. Even if not Chaos Realm, the Galaxy Supreme's strength is infinitely close to the Chaos Realm. At the very least, they could challenge a venerable, or else the origin source consciousness would not retreat like this. The robber clan ultimate outside the wooden cabin spoke in a hushed tone. Even within the universe, trying to suppress a chaos venerable requires monumental effort and might even precipitate an early arrival of the Great Destruction. The Galaxy Supreme. Who exactly is this Galaxy Supreme, the reincarnation of, among the peerless great saints? The robber clan ultimate inside the cabin steadied himself, unable to suppress his curiosity. Even as a reincarnation of a great saint, crossing into the Chaos Realm so quickly is an almost impossible feat after great saints reincarnate. Their comprehension of laws and spiritual will won't pose barriers. But realm breakthroughs aren't achieved solely through law comprehension and spiritual will. The physical body and soul must keep pace as well. Even if one possesses the law comprehension of a great saint, if their physical body remains that of an ordinary mortal, they wouldn't match up against a path-splitting realm lifeform. Rather than wondering which great saint reincarnated as the Galaxy Supreme, I'm more curious about why the Galaxy Supreme chose to reincarnate. The robber clan ultimate outside the cabin echoed the intrigue. At the critical moment, they had made the right decision by swiftly forging an amicable relationship with the Galaxy Supreme, allowing them to peacefully observe and discuss now. Indeed, why would such a formidable life form choose to reincarnate? The robber clan ultimate inside the cabin also expressed doubts. Reincarnation means starting anew, wiping away portions of memory. Even a peerless great saint would bear certain risks in reincarnation. Without an extraordinarily compelling reason, no great saint would willingly reincarnate. The Shenhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. After mastering the second layer of infinite void, the universe within me underwent a significant transformation, raising the limits of my physical body and soul yet again. Lin Yuan carefully sensed himself, thinking inwardly. A powerful physical body and soul would birth an equally powerful internal universe. Conversely, a sufficiently powerful internal universe would nourish back the physical body and soul. Physical body, soul, and internal universe are intrinsically one, constituting a complementary relationship. The time frame for me to cross into the Master Realm now appears to be around 1800 years, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The hardest part of breaking from path-splitting realm to the Master Realm is comprehending the space-time rule to the 7th realm and expanding the internal universe to a radius of 1 million light-years. These requirements had long been achieved by Lin Yuan. What held Lin Yuan back from advancing past path-splitting realm was instead the lack of his physical body and soul reaching their limits. A typical path-splitting realm peak lifeform, having lived long enough, would have long surpassed the limits of their body and soul. But Lin Yuan's strength advanced too quickly, and his lifespan remained too short. His physical body and soul had incredibly high limits, and this simplest of requirements in turn restricted his progress into the Master Realm. 1800 years. It's not long. Lin Yuan shook his head. If not for mastering the second layer of infinite void, allowing the internal universe to evolve and provide immense nourishment to his physical body and soul. Otherwise, Based on Lin Yuan's own projections, his physical body and soul might take 5,000 or 6,000 years to reach their limits. Infinite Void Second Layer. Lin Yuan began deducing further. The first layer of Infinite Void had already yielded substantial benefits, and the advantages brought by a solid foundation were too great. Naturally, Lin Yuan aimed to progress further in this inheritance. The second layer of Infinite Void, would its enhancement of the internal universe approach the level of a Chaos Great Saint? Lin Yuan's heart tinged with a trace of marvel. Wuxia the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If that truly were the case, mastering the second layer might enable him to crush ordinary Chaos Venerables. The life essence required for the second layer of Infinite Void. Seems it necessitates at least the Master Realm for me to reach? Lin Yuan continued browsing, his expression showing slight regret. Without a sufficient depth of life essence, one couldn't sustain the incomparably robust internal universe required. It seems I'll have to step into the Master Realm first. Lin Yuan thought inwardly. As of now, all of his aspects were entrenched in bottlenecks. Without reaching the Master Realm, his strength would struggle to undergo substantial qualitative changes. The Fong Yuan World, Qingfen City, Sky Burning Court. Sky Burning Court was ostensibly a courtyard, but its main structure was a 13-story pagoda. 3 centuries in the main universe equated to merely 1 year within the Fong Yuan World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the pagoda, voraciously absorbing an array of inheritance scriptures. These inheritance scriptures were amassed over countless years by Lord Qingfen, nearly exhaustive in scope, even encompassing cultivation methodologies from other ancient countries. Your perception transcends boundaries. Reading inheritance scriptures, you intuit the essence of corresponding paths. By perusing an untold number of inheritance texts, Lin Yuan gradually sensed the boundless wisdom and myriad paths embedded within them. This Fong Yuan world had an entirely distinct operational framework of rules compared to the Chaos Void. Even for similar rules of fire, their manifestations diverged radically. If Lin Yuan were left to slowly comprehend, it would waste immense time as he'd have to meticulously discern the nuances of these rules. Yet by reading these inheritance texts, by mapping them onto the myriad inheritance scriptures from the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Fong Yuan world's principles shot up rapidly. Over the course of a year, aside from reading countless inheritance texts, Lin Yuan hadn't slacked. Had also managed to condense nearly 8,000 seeds of the Fierce Sun. Condensing seeds of the Fierce Sun required little effort and concentration for Lin Yuan, allowing him to multitask efficiently. Additionally, his recovery and adaptation along the martial arts evolution road proceeded in parallel with the seed condensation. In essence, inheritance scriptures translate the universe's grand Tao into a more comprehensible format. The rules governing this Fong Yuan world's Tao are no less intricate than those of the Chaos Void. If I can fully comprehend them, their benefits will be immeasurable. Lin Yuan extended a hand toward a fallen leaf, which appeared crisp and green, inscribed with insights into a pathway brimming with eternal vitality. In this Fong Yuan world, great lords correspond to venerables of the Chaos Void, while heavenly venerates align with great saints. Typically, any powerhouse hailed as a marquis by the Fierce Sun ancient country has reached the Great Lord level, while those titled as king are on par with heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan's mind conjured copious information. Lord Qingfen was indeed a great lord, albeit a peak-level great lord who was dangerously close to the heavenly venerate level. Powerhouses at the Great Lord level generally use chaos rules to give birth to their own individual Tao. In this regard, they surpass venerables of the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan mused silently. All Tao and rules originate from chaos, and chaos itself can birth myriad Tao. For instance, Lord Qingfen wielded his cyan flames. Could they possibly be ordinary flames? Those were born of chaos rules. Chaos flame, capable even of effortlessly incinerating spacetime. Yet the powerhouses of this Fong Yuan world tend to have comparatively weaker foundations due to their lack of support from internal universes. By reading these countless inheritance scriptures, Lin Yuan discerned the strengths and weaknesses between these two dimensions of the universe. Thanks to the seeds of the Fierce Sun, The lives of the fierce Sun ancient country exceeded their counterparts in the Chaos Void in rule comprehension by a significant margin. Thus, they more readily birthed Chaos rules and explored them further. For instance, the technique of using Chaos rules to create myriad Tao. In the Chaos Void, this might already qualify as having stepped into the Great Saint's domain. This floor is finished? Lin Yuan placed down the emerald green leaf he had been examining, realizing that had exhausted all the inheritance scriptures surrounding him. Time to ascend to the 13th floor. Lin Yuan stood up. The sky-burning court consisted of 13 floors, with each successive floor containing increasingly complex and profound inheritance texts. Having already completed the previous 12 floors over the past year, Lin Yuan now sought to ascend to the 13th. One must fully comprehend all inheritance scriptures of the 12th floor in order to access the 13th. Gazing at the transparent barrier leading to the 13th floor, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. In truth, not only did the 12th floor require this condition for entry, all prior floors did as well. Buzz. Lin Yuan casually coalesced a strand of aura containing the essence of all the inheritance texts from the 12th floor, effortlessly ascending to the 13th floor. The path of cultivation demands reverence. Lord Qingfen opened his eyes, his gaze profound. That disciple of mine, after encountering the countless inheritance texts within the sky-burning court and gaining some understanding of this world, should have cultivated a sense of reverence by now. A smile appeared on Lord Qingfen's face. Lin Yuan's talent was shockingly powerful. Even Lord Qingfen admitted inferiority. Yet no matter how strong a talent may be, it remains merely talent. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation, one must possess a heart brimming with reverence. Therefore, upon bringing Lin Yuan to this place, Lord Qingfen had deliberately refrained from teaching him anything directly, instead throwing him straight into the sky-burning court. Within it resided innumerable inheritance scriptures. As long as Lin Yuan explored and read even a fraction of them, he would intuit the limitless wisdom and pathways embedded within. The more he witnessed and understood, the more he would perceive his own insignificance. Wouldn't such reverence naturally emerge in the process? Sky-burning court. Lord Qingfen's gaze fell upon the sky-burning court. Until now, he had intentionally avoided observing it to spare himself any embarrassment from seeing Lin Yuan potentially flustered and restless. With a year's worth of accumulation, the time was ripe for him to show up and offer guidance, instilling greater awareness in Lin Yuan of the vast heights and profound depths of the Tao. Under Lord Qingfen's gaze, the entirety of the sky-burning court came into view. Yet for precisely this reason, upon seeing clearly inside the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen instantly became somewhat stupefied. What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007 Unprecedented Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe. The 13th floor of the sky-burning court houses a vast collection of scriptures and inheritances, with the profundity increasing with each higher floor, progressing from simple to complex. The first floor is the easiest to comprehend, while the 13th floor is the most abstruse and difficult. CTH Novel F. Iyer. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Furthermore, to ascend to the next floor, one must completely comprehend all the scriptures and inheritances of the current floor. This design was intentionally created by Lord Qingfen. If there were no such restriction, Lin Yuan could access any floor at will, and when encountering scriptures and inheritances he could not comprehend, he might dismiss them as being beyond his level. Failing to understand would become a natural occurrence. In Lord Qingfen's conception, Lin Yuan would be trapped on the first floor, struggling to advance, only to realize he was still on the first floor. With merely the content of the first floor being so abstruse, what would the second, third, and even 13th floors be like? A natural sense of awe would undoubtedly arise. At that point, Lord Qingfen would reappear, seize the opportunity to reprimand him strategically. In merely a year or two, he could temper Lin Yuan's mental resilience to the greatest extent. The 13th floor? Lord Qingfen looked over the sky-burning court, where Lin Yuan was currently seated on the 13th floor, fully immersed in browsing the vast collection of scriptures and inheritances of this level. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Were it not for the myriad prohibitions within the sky-burning court being personally arranged by him, ensuring that no anomaly could escape his detection, Lord Qingfen might even suspect that Lin Yuan had used some means to directly ascend from the first floor to the 13th floor. He comprehended the scriptures and inheritances of the 12 previous floors completely? Lord Qingfen was incredulous, while the images in his mind began to flow backward. Over the past year, the fragments of Lin Yuan's progress from the first floor to the second to the third, and finally from the 12th to the 13th floor, flashed before him entirely. 3 days to fully comprehend the scriptures of the first floor, 16 days for the second, 28 days for the third. The sky-burning court was created by Lord Qingfen himself, and everything within it could be easily retraced by him, allowing no detail to escape. Based on the speed at which he comprehended the scriptures of the 12 previous floors, fully comprehending the scriptures and inheritances of the 13th floor should also be quick. The shock in Lord Qingfen's heart was indescribable, and were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe such a being could exist in this world. To condense the seed of the fierce sun, that pertains to talent, something innate. Lord Qingfen could still comprehend that. But to fully grasp the countless scriptures and inheritances he had collected within just a year. The 13th floor of the sky-burning court. Lin Yuan swiftly browsed through one scripture and inheritance after another. The scriptures and inheritances on the 13th floor were far more profound than those on the previous 12 floors, primarily delving into the principles of chaos birthing all things. Chaos flame? Chaos water? Chaos gold? Chaos space? Chaos time? Insights and inspiration continually sparked within Lin Yuan's mind. The countless scriptures and inheritances within the sky-burning court provided immense aid to him. Without these, the path Lin Yuan had walked to reach this point would likely have required far more unnecessary time. Ah, so that's it. Lin Yuan put down the final scripture, his expression reflective. I could even try using the chaos rules as a foundation to evolve specific rules-based power? Lin Yuan pondered silently to himself. The standalone golden rules, even if completely comprehended, have attack limits that are ultimately capped, certainly inferior to the killing power of rules fused at the same level. But chaos gold? That is power evolved from the chaos rules. Chaos rules themselves aren't inherently killing rules, but they can evolve and birth attack powers nearly without limit. Lin Yuan raised his head and noticed a figure in a green robe standing not far away. It was Lord Qingfen. Marquis. Lin Yuan immediately stood and greeted him. Toward Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan maintained a great deal of respect. On the cultivation path, the strong serve as mentors, and Lord Qingfen's strength and realm were undoubtedly worthy of Lin Yuan's admiration. Lord Qingfen nodded and, after a moment, asked tentatively, "You've finished reading everything?" "Yes. Thank you, Marquis. These scriptures and inheritances have helped me greatly." Lin Yuan said sincerely. "Helped you greatly?" Lord Qingfen was silent for a while. "If they've been of help to you, that's good." Lord Qingfen glanced around and then continued. "Having completed reading all the scriptures and inheritances on the 13th floor, you must now have some understanding of your future cultivation path." Lin Yuan listened quietly. "From today onwards, focus entirely on comprehending rules." Lord Qingfen said. "What about condensing the seed of the fierce sun?" Lin Yuan, filled with doubt, inquired. "The seed of the fierce sun?" Lord Qingfen shook his head. "The difficulty of condensing a single seed of the fierce sun now is much greater than the previous thousands of seeds of the fierce sun." "That's true." Lin Yuan nodded. "Condensing the seed of the fierce sun serves two purposes." Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan. "First, to enhance the breadth of rule comprehension. Second, to transform the physical body into the fierce sun divine body. Currently, your physical body has already begun its transformation. In at most 10,000 years, it'll fully transform into the fierce sun divine body. The two purposes of the seed of the fierce sun have essentially reached their extremes, and condensing more seeds of the fierce sun won't yield much benefit." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Lord Qingfen's words were indeed true. For Lin Yuan, the benefits of condensing the seed of the fierce sun now were far inferior to what they had been before. This wasn't because the enhancement of rule comprehension through the seed of the fierce sun had diminished, but rather because Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension had already improved significantly. In the beginning, Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension was merely at 10. Condensing one seed of the fierce sun would increase it by 1 unit. An instant increase of 1/10 could be immediately felt and visually perceived in its assistance to self-growth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008 Unprecedented Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe _2. But now, Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension has reached a magnitude of 10 million. Even after condensing another seed of the fierce sun, it would only enhance the magnitude of rule comprehension by a mere 1/10,000,000th. The most critical point is that currently, condensing another seed of the fierce sun requires far more effort and mental energy compared to when the first seed was condensed. It is precisely for this reason that the powerhouses of the fierce sun ancient country, upon stepping into the self-Tao realm and condensing hundreds to thousands of seeds of the fierce sun, tend to pause this endeavor and redirect their focus toward cultivating rule comprehension. A rare few ambitious individuals, however, will persist in condensing more seeds of the fierce sun, driven by the aspiration to transform their physical bodies into the solar divine body. The solar divine body is indisputably the most formidable physique within the fierce sun ancient country. Currently, Lin Yuan's physical body has already begun the transformation into the solar divine body, and the benefits associated with condensing the seeds of the fierce sun have been fully realized. This is why Lord Qingfen has made such a suggestion. Continuing to devote effort and focus on condensing more seeds of the fierce sun now appears somewhat counterproductive. Lord Marquis, is it true that condensing the seeds of the fierce sun only has these 2 benefits? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and asked. This question arose due to the number of seeds of the fierce sun he had condensed when his physical body began the transformation into the solar divine body, exactly 3,333. Lin Yuan was utterly familiar with this number. Beyond it, he speculated that 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun might lead to new changes. Moreover, at present, Lin Yuan had nearly 20,000 seeds of the fierce sun within his body. He vaguely sensed that condensing more seeds of the fierce sun would yield immense benefits. It was as if, halfway down a path, fragments of the destination began to come into view. Not entirely. Lord Qingfen paused briefly before explaining. It is said that the royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country, blessed with powerful bloodlines, can easily condense seed after seed of the fierce sun coupled with the solar radiance blessing. The difficulty of condensing these seeds is drastically reduced. When their seeds of the fierce sun reach a certain quantity, they gain certain abilities. Solar radiance blessing? Lin Yuan sharply picked up on this statement. The royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country. Their origins are unfathomable. Every royal member of the ancient country can bask in the radiance of the fierce sun. Even without doing anything, they can autonomously condense seeds of the fierce sun. That is why the royal lineage dares to pursue more seeds of the fierce sun. As for beings outside the royal family, they do not need to waste effort on this. Lord Qingfen elaborated. This is the most rational course of action. The royal lineage of the ancient country, shielded by their ancestral legacy, attempts to condense more seeds of the fierce sun effortlessly. Yet for regular beings, imitating such behavior would be rather foolish. What abilities are gained from condensing more seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan pondered briefly before questioning. Although condensing seeds of the fierce sun had undeniably become far more challenging compared to the beginning, Lin Yuan had managed to condense 1 seed per breath initially. Even though the pace had now slowed, it remained considerable. The specifics of these abilities, I am uncertain. These secrets are reserved for the royal lineage of the ancient country. Lord Qingfen shook his head and replied, If you intend to condense more seeds of the fierce sun, you may proceed, but do not exhaust all your mental energy. Rule comprehension, a grasp of the Tao, is the foundation above all. Seeing Lin Yuan's evident interest in condensing the seeds of the fierce sun, Lord Qingfen did not obstruct him. After all, anyone capable of condensing tens of thousands of seeds before the age of 500 would grow curious about the powers of the ancient country's royal lineage. The comprehension of rules and the Tao is no less powerful than the path of the ancient country's royal lineage. Even heavenly venerate-level experts are able to hold their ground against the might of the ancient nation. Lord Qingfen reminded earnestly. Understood. Lin Yuan responded with determination. Be it rule comprehension or the condensation of more seeds of the fierce sun, he was determined to pursue both. The process of condensing seeds of the fierce sun wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan. He could accomplish it gradually. If you still have questions, feel free to ask. Lord Qingfen gazed at Lin Yuan. Lord Marquis, I wish to know. The eternal sun hanging above the heavens, what level of existence is it truly on? Lin Yuan voiced his greatest curiosity. Since arriving in this Feng Yuan world, the eternal sun had continuously illuminated everything. Lin Yuan speculated that the eternal sun might very well be a 13th level temporal entity, but he had no confirmation. It must not be spoken of. Lord Qingfen's expression grew solemn, offering no elaboration. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a chilling apprehension. Lord Qingfen's demeanor seemed as if merely mentioning it would attract attention. But this place was the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen's domain. If Lin Yuan refrained from speaking the name, who could possibly discover it? There was only one possibility, that the eternal sun itself could perceive it. No matter how far, no matter where, as long as the name of the eternal sun was uttered, the entity could somehow sense it. Judging by Lord Qingfen's evident wariness, it seemed probable that this perception wasn't mere awareness but also the capacity to act through the faintest connection. Of course, as a marquis of the fierce sun ancient country, Lord Qingfen counted as one of its own. Even if the eternal sun intervened, it would not strike lethally but likely impose a reprimand. Remember, within the fierce sun ancient country, you must never mention that entity's name. Lord Qingfen warned gravely. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded earnestly. In truth, back in the Yu family, Lin Yuan had noticed that people rarely dared to even utter the existence of the eternal sun. At the time, he had merely presumed it was a typical manifestation of reverence. Now it was clear. This wasn't reverence, it was fear. The path you will walk, I can at most give a few pointers. As for how you navigate it, that is ultimately up to you. Lord Qingfen spoke. I will provide all the resources you need during your cultivation period, and I will do my best to resolve any doubts you encounter in your training. But the main journey is yours alone to complete. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. You are my disciple. There is no need for such formalities. Lord Qingfen waved dismissively. Also, refrain from traveling too far in the near future. The Qingfen domain has become rather unsettled recently. If there is anything that needs to be done, have someone else take care of it. Sir the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yes, understood. Lin Yuan promptly agreed. Even if he were allowed to travel far, Lin Yuan had no intention of doing so. Unsettled. Lin Yuan mused silently, recalling countless transmissions and legacies from the sky-burning court. He too recognized that this Feng Yuan world was not solely dominated by the fierce sun ancient country alone. There existed other ancient countries as well. These ancient countries were colossal entities, each standing as a monument across the vast Feng Yuan world. Between them, peace was far from guaranteed. Lord Qingfen exchanged a few more words with Lin Yuan before departing. As for the sky-burning court, it continued to serve as Lin Yuan's residence. These cultivation resources. Soon enough, Lin Yuan received vast amounts of cultivation resources dispatched by Lord Qingfen. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, days had elapsed. Physical body divine ability. Seated cross-legged, Lin Yuan could sense the profound bloodline pulses within his body. Numerous primordial essences stirred nervously, intertwining and colliding. The condensation of physical body divine ability has begun. Lin Yuan observed intently. This Feng Yuan world was extraordinarily endowed, its bloodline powers unmatched. The resulting physical body divine ability would likely provide Lin Yuan with tremendous assistance. Up until now, Lin Yuan had already awakened 6 types of physical body divine abilities, each of which had enormously boosted his inner foundations. Even the seemingly least useful ability, Mountain Shifter, had directly raised Lin Yuan's combat skill in physical body confrontations and deepened his comprehension of the rules of force. Hence, Lin Yuan held great anticipation for the physical body divine ability about to be awakened. Much like the comprehension of rules, physical body divine abilities could also be carried back into the chaos void, where they would universally benefit his countless true selves, avatars, and primordial spirit projections. This time, the formation of the physical body divine ability will take 2 millennia? Lin Yuan carefully perceived, studying the tempering process of primordial bloodline essences deep within him and roughly deducing the time required for the physical body divine ability to emerge. Having awakened 6 such abilities already, Lin Yuan was highly experienced in these matters. Such a long duration? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Back when condensing the divine ability, Elemental Body, Lin Yuan had already realized that the awakening of physical body divine abilities required long periods of gestation. The reason lay in the incredible complexity of bloodlines within any living being, a multitude beyond counting. Identifying the most formidable bloodline and condensing it into a corresponding divine ability, it was no simple matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009. The Shock of the 9 Supreme Beings. Subscribe please. The physical body divine ability, I awakened this time. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Judging from the process of nurturing the physical body divine ability, it can be concluded, the longer the nurturing time, the stronger the awakened divine ability will be. After all, martial Tao evolves through the principle of survival of the fittest when selecting physical body divine abilities. If a divine ability isn't strong enough, and the nurturing time is prolonged, it won't become the final awakened ability. Instead, the bloodline will choose a divine ability of the same level with a shorter nurturing time. 2,000 years of nurturing time. Even if the previous 6 physical body divine abilities were combined, they wouldn't reach 2,000 years. 2,000 years is nothing. Lin Yuan felt elated. After stepping into the 12th layer, he had plenty of time. 2,000 years, 20,000 years, even 2 million years, what did it matter? A mere flick of the finger. Nurturing the physical body divine ability wouldn't hinder cultivation, such as restricting one's strength within a certain boundary. Lin Yuan hardly cared. The nurturing of the physical body divine ability is not only related to one's bloodline but also influenced by external environments. Thus, using techniques that accelerate time, where a single moment in the outside world could equate to thousands or tens of thousands of years inside, may introduce unpredictable variables in nurturing the ability. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. However, this time visiting Origin Source World, there was no time limit to his stay. So Lin Yuan decided to wait patiently for the nurturing of the physical body divine ability to complete. And the Fierce Sun Divine Body. Lin Yuan redirected his focus and started observing the changes in his physical body. After condensing 3,333 Fierce Sun seeds, all the seeds formed a cycle, impacting and transforming the physical body. This was what Lord Qingfen referred to as the Fierce Sun Divine Body. Fierce Sun Divine Body? Lin Yuan was curious. By reading through countless records of inheritance in the sky-burning court, he knew exactly how powerful the Fierce Sun Divine Body was. A physique like a blazing sun, illuminating and consuming everything. Especially within the Fierce Sun ancient country, under the rays of the eternal Fierce Sun, the unleashed power was even more terrifying. The Marquis said I'd need 10,000 years for my physical body to fully transform into the ultimate Fierce Sun Divine Body, but 3,000 to 5,000 years should suffice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As more Fierce Sun seeds were condensed, the transformation speed of the Fierce Sun Divine Body would accelerate significantly. Lord Qingfen likely did not anticipate that within just 1 year in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan would condense 8 to 9,000 additional fierce sun seeds. The fierce sun seeds cannot replicate within the chaos void. This should be due to the dimensional disparity between the two realms. But the fierce sun divine body? Lin Yuan mused. Whether it was a type of physique or a divine ability, it operated as a specific manner of rule-driven power. Once comprehended, it could be universal. Lin Yuan had no intention of transforming his true self into the fierce sun divine body, but it could be thoroughly tested on his avatars. After all, such a powerful physique was not weaker than the miracle lifeforms nurtured by the chaos void. It could evidently enhance the strength of his avatars. Main universe. Inside the Shenhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The chaos rule evolves always. What should my way be? Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The fierce sun ancient country experiences in the origin source world had brought Lin Yuan to a new level of understanding regarding rules. This was understanding, not yet enlightenment. Yin and Yang. My way is yin and yang. I must evolve chaos yin yang. Lin Yuan's gaze burst with intensity. His martial Tao was deeply rooted in yin and yang. The rotation of yin and yang formed Taiji, chaos Taiji. Lord Qingfen's path focused on the Tao of fire, ultimately evolving into his unique power, the chaos flame, or more precisely, the chaos azure flame unique to him. Even following the same Tao of fire, the insight gained by individuals varied greatly depending on their life experiences. Lord Qingfen's Tao of fire was centered on azure and burning, hence earning its name, chaos azure flame. With my current understanding of the chaos rule, evolving chaos in Yang Taiji is probably impossible. Lin Yuan tested briefly and came to a conclusion. At the moment, Lin Yuan's understanding of the chaos rule was at the first realm. To evolve chaos in Yang Taiji, it seemed he'd need to reach the second realm. Other rule insights ranged from the first realm to the 9th realm, including the spatiotemporal fusion rule. But for chaos rules, there were only 3 realms, the first realm being the lowest and the third realm the highest. I still need to enhance my understanding of other rules. Lin Yuan had a good grasp of what he needed to do. The 8-fold realm of space-time. Lin Yuan turned his focus to the spatiotemporal fusion rule. Currently, his understanding and mastery of the spatiotemporal fusion rule had reached the peak of the 7th realm, with the 8-fold realm within close reach. Once he achieved the 8-fold realm in spatiotemporal rule understanding, he could use space-time to drive the comprehension of countless other rules and propel his chaos rule understanding, likely pushing him into the second realm of chaos rule. The adjustment of the inner universe is nearly complete. Lin Yuan focused his mind and looked towards his inner universe. Since mastering the first layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan's inner universe had reached a level comparable to that of chaos venerables. Adjustments had been underway. Not that the inner universe was imperfect. Rather, compared to the cosmic starry skies of the main universe, the inner universe exerted overwhelming pressure. Lin Yuan's inner universe spanned only 20 million light-years, but the cosmic starry skies extended far beyond this magnitude. Why then could Lin Yuan's inner universe rival the cosmic starry skies? Because the time-space structure of Lin Yuan's inner universe was exceptionally stable. The so-called rivalry with the cosmic starry skies didn't pertain to size but comprehensive qualities. Under these circumstances, life forms of the first and second layers found it exceedingly unbearable to survive in Lin Yuan's inner universe, as though they had entered a space where gravity was thousands or millions of times greater than that of the cosmic starry skies. Even higher-level evolutionaries found it particularly uncomfortable. This was precisely why Lin Yuan kept adjusting it. After all, with the impending cosmic destruction, Lin Yuan's inner universe was meant to house all human civilization and its citizens. The cosmic destruction event has long been made public in human civilization. Lin Yuan gazed at the cosmic starry skies. The revelation of cosmic destruction, paired with the large-scale transfer of citizens, had drawn immense public attention. Following agreements between 3 goddesses, the matter was made public. As for which citizens could transfer to the new universe, strict criteria applied. Firstly, evolutionaries above the 6th layer and citizens at the 4th level and above were guaranteed transfer to the new universe, surviving the imminent cosmic destruction. Unavoidable, as evolutionaries above the 6th layer held potential for advancement, while 4th-level citizens made significant contributions to human civilization. Considering the broader human civilization, they had a stronger claim to survival. For the vast majority of ordinary citizens and evolutionaries, a lottery system determined transfer eligibility. On average, 1 out of every 120 regular citizens and evolutionaries would be chosen to migrate to the new universe. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened. The countless planets scattered across the cosmic starry skies came into view one scene at a time. On a life planet, a colossal starship hovered in space. All citizens selected for transfer, please proceed to the Star Harbor promptly. Messages were automatically transmitted to every citizen on the planet, repeatedly. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Dad. A young woman looked sorrowfully at her father. Why are you standing there? You've won the transfer eligibility. Do you know how many people are jealous of you? Hurry to the Star Harbor. The father smiled warmly. As for your mother and me, we've lived most of our lives. Born here, lived here, aged here, and will die here. It's good enough for us. Dad, we want to stay here with you. Tears streamed down the faces of the children, overflowing with reluctance. Stay here. You're young. Why would you stay behind with me to face death? Sir the Novelier, an ET website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The father glared. Go! I still have to console your mother. If you stay, your mother and I won't die in peace. His tone turned stern, scaring the children into submission. Go now. The father turned and stepped back into the house. Outside, the children hesitated for a moment before boarding the flying vehicle, heading for the Star Harbor. Inside the house, the father and an older woman sat together, watching the vehicle fade beyond the horizon. As long as they survive, the father murmured softly. The migration plan for the human race had been underway for hundreds of years. With so many life planets, limited starships made transferring citizens a slow process. During this time of migration, scenes of separation unfolded perpetually. Especially when only one family member won transfer eligibility, parting with loved ones became inevitable. Many elected citizens couldn't bear the separation and willingly forfeited their spots, choosing to stay behind with family and friends. Critical Location 3. The Shenyuan Supreme Being and 8 other human supremes gathered to discuss the human race's migration. All citizens granted transfer eligibility have reached their designated points, requiring us to send them into our respective inner universes. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being said. The other Supremes nodded in agreement. They were prepared to act at any moment to send citizens safely into their inner universes. At that moment, Lin Yuan materialized in the one empty seat and sat down slowly. Galaxy Supreme Being. The Shenyuan Supreme Being and others' eyes lit up. The remaining 8 Supremes also turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan. How is the migration plan progressing? Lin Yuan inquired. It's been smooth overall. Xia Qin Supreme Being replied. Although plenty of citizens who won transfer eligibility have voluntarily forfeited their spots, prompting several rounds of reselection. Forfeiting spots, that's so they don't part from loved ones. The Void God Supreme Being remarked. Ah. The Shenyuan Supreme Being and others sighed deeply. They felt helpless, wishing they could take everyone along, but knowing the reality was impossible. The more citizens they absorbed, the stronger the backlash during cosmic destruction. If they took on too many, they risked being overwhelmed by cosmic collapse, causing even greater losses. Both the life within their inner universes and the Supremes themselves would face complete erasure. The migration plan has changed. Lin Yuan glanced at the Supremes and declared. Changed? The 9 Supremes were startled internally. Changed? I can take every human citizen along. Lin Yuan cut straight to the point. Take them all. The 9 Supremes exchanged looks, momentarily unable to process. Galaxy Supreme Being, taking all human civilization citizens would necessitate facing backlash from the cosmic origin consciousness. After a long silence, the Shenyuan Supreme Being composed himself and cautiously mentioned it. Cosmic origin consciousness? Lin Yuan chuckled softly and said calmly, "It can no longer stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1010 Lucky Human Civilization. Please subscribe. When Lin Yuan mastered the first layer of Infinite Void, his body universe rivaled the body universe of the Chaos Venerable. The origin source consciousness of the main universe was already unable to do anything to him. In terms of magnitude, Lin Yuan's body universe was equivalent to the cosmic starry skies of the main universe. This meant that even if the origin source consciousness of the main universe threw all caution to the wind, it could, at most, barely trap Lin Yuan. When the great universe cataclysm arrived and the origin source consciousness weakened, it couldn't even hope to restrain Lin Yuan. Galaxy Supreme, what you said. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization, including Shenyuan Supreme, were all stunned and horrified. The origin source consciousness of the universe. Incapable of dealing with Lin Yuan? Ordinary life forms cannot perceive the origin source consciousness of the universe. Even beings of the 11th layer can barely sense its power. But beings at the 12th layer ultimate level? While they have escaped the bindings of the river of time, they also directly face the origin source consciousness. They fully understand what kind of entity it truly is. The origin source consciousness of the universe is the aggregate of all the universe's forces. With a single thought, it can harness all the universe's power, and its unleashed might within the cosmos can reach the chaos realm. Typical 12th layer path-splitting realm beings wouldn't dare to oppose the origin source consciousness. Even the 2 ultimate beings of the robber clan are the same in this regard, as the gap between them and the consciousness is too vast to bridge. The only silver lining is that the origin source consciousness is a kind of diffuse awareness, merely instinctive. Otherwise, all living beings under its domain, including 12th layer ultimate beings, would be enslaved by it. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They had immense trust in Lin Yuan, but making the origin source consciousness powerless within the universe. That was utterly beyond their comprehension. A breakthrough. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, understanding the confusion of Shen Yuan and Xia Qin Supreme, raising his hand casually to tear apart a vast portion of the void. Compared to the first time when Lin Yuan unleashed power surpassing the peak of the path-splitting realm, the consciousness of the origin source had descended for a glance. This time, the origin source consciousness didn't even bother to descend. This? The 9 supreme beings of human civilization were shocked. A casual strike from Lin Yuan carried overwhelming power that, under normal circumstances, would surely attract the attention of the origin source consciousness. Yet, none of the supreme beings present detected even a ripple from the origin source consciousness. Deep in their hearts, the 9 supreme beings began to form a faint realization. And that was, the origin source consciousness of the universe was intimidated by Lin Yuan. Galaxy Supreme, compared to you we 9. The ancient power supreme looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression, filled with emotion. They had watched Lin Yuan grow step by step from an exceedingly weak life form to now becoming a great existence capable of contending against the origin source consciousness of the universe. Unlike Lin Yuan, the strength of the 9 supreme beings had barely changed since they first began paying attention to him. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the Galaxy Supreme among us, how fortunate is human civilization. Shenyuan Supreme sighed deeply. Because of Lin Yuan, the trajectory of the cosmos had shifted, leaving human civilization in a dominant position. And now, as the universe cataclysm approached, Lin Yuan once again ensured that human civilization wouldn't have to endure the agony of parting with loved ones. Human civilization has benefited tremendously from Lin Yuan. In reviewing past universe cataclysms, which species hadn't sacrificed 99% of their population? Some selfish 12th-layer beings had even abandoned their entire species to increase their own survival chances in the face of the universe cataclysm. If we are to relocate all human civilization citizens, then the migration plan for the species must be completely revised. Feather Butterfly Supreme immediately started considering a new migration strategy. We only need to move all citizens into this area. A map floated in front of Lin Yuan as he pointed to a specific region. This region spanned roughly 20 million light-years, large enough to accommodate all citizens of human civilization. All concentrated in this area? Xiaqin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I have the ability to relocate all citizens within this region to my body universe in one go, Lin Yuan said. Now, the scope of his body universe extended to 20 million light-years. By employing the divine ability world, he could instantly form an external universe spanning 20 million light-years. Although there was a time limit, it was more than sufficient to transfer all human civilization citizens into his body universe. Once all human civilization citizens entered the body universe, Lin Yuan would be confident in anchoring every citizen as a reference point and transferring their life essence imprint from the river of time of the cosmic starry skies into the river of time within his body universe. That's quite simple. Shenyuan Supreme nodded. In fact, if all human civilization citizens could be relocated, it would simplify matters significantly. Under the original extraction method, citizens selected for relocation would inevitably have to bid farewell to family and friends, wasting a huge amount of time. Some citizens, while saying their goodbyes, might even give up their relocation opportunity, forcing the process to start over, a cumbersome affair. The three goddesses and supreme beings had seen these scenarios unfold and knew there was no way to rush such matters. But now, if all citizens could be relocated, there would be no need for farewells or separations. Human civilization could fully mobilize its powerful evolutionary beings to relocate one planet at a time. This would greatly enhance efficiency. After roughly finalizing their discussions, the 9 supreme beings felt a deep sense of relief. According to the initial migration plan they had drafted, the immense pressure came from the need to abandon 90% of human civilization citizens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011 Lucky Human Civilization. Please subscribe. _2 But things are much better now. By the way, when will the great collapse of the universe arrive? The Void God Ultimate Being spoke to inquire. No more than 300 years. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. As the avatar of ancient Ming from the Chaos Continent, he constantly monitored this matter. The battleground between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was already not far from this region. Calculated by Chaos Void Time, the ripple effects would reach here in no more than a year. Whereas in the universe's temporal measurement, that would be around 300 years. The Chaos Great Saints are too terrifying. The Void God Ultimate Being couldn't help remarking. Just the clash between 2 Chaos Great Saints was enough to unleash shockwaves that could collapse multiple universes, hastening their great collapse. Chaos Great Saints have already evolved their own powers out of the Chaos rules. They can suppress Chaos Venerables with mere gestures. Lin Yuan explained. Of course, Chaos Venerables have ways to preserve their lives. Even for peerless Great Saints, it's incredibly difficult to annihilate a Chaos Venerable completely. They could only manage to destroy their true form and essence. Yet even so, the intimidation from a Chaos Great Saint was unmatched. No Chaos Venerable would willingly lose their true form and essence, as it would mean losing most of their treasures and weapons. A loss that might take countless cosmic eras to recover. Next, the 9 of us will personally act and relocate the citizens of our race. Xiaqin, the ultimate being, spoke. If the relocation was done one planet at a time, the involvement of ultimate beings would drastically increase efficiency, each thought spanning countless light-years. In the human civilization's territory, on innumerable life planets, countless scenes of separation unfolded, as many citizens came to realize that this farewell might mean they would never reunite. At that moment, a message issued by 3 goddesses was simultaneously delivered to every citizen. Thanks to the great galaxy ultimate being, the relocation plan for our race has been revised. The new plan abolishes the quota system. Every citizen of human civilization is eligible for migration to the new universe. This news instantly set off a storm among the citizens of human civilization. Every citizen can migrate to the new universe? We don't have to wait for death? Ha ha ha. This is incredible. Countless citizens of human civilization cried tears of joy. To be allowed to migrate to the new universe and survive. Who would choose to stay on their doomed planets, awaiting death? It's the galaxy ultimate being. The galaxy ultimate being ensures we survive. The galaxy ultimate being is the greatest ultimate being of human civilization. Many citizens of human civilization keenly noticed that the announcement from the three goddesses mentioned the galaxy ultimate being at the forefront. Though they didn't know what methods the galaxy ultimate being used to relocate all human civilization citizens to the new universe. It was clear such an act came at an enormous cost. Otherwise, why would there have been the original quota system where only 1 in over 100 citizens could gain migration eligibility? In the cosmic starry skies, other alien races were likewise informed of human civilization's new migration plan. Although these alien races had submitted to human civilization, they were still not citizens of humankind, hence excluded from human migration plans. Every citizen of the human civilization can migrate to the new universe? Why can our race's 12-layer ultimates only migrate 1/1,000,000th of our people? Is it because of the galaxy ultimate being? Many alien races felt deeply conflicted as they learned about this. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had set free all 12-layer ultimates, allowing them to return to their own races. Human civilization announced the great collapse of the universe, and the alien races that submitted to humanity naturally also became aware. Similar to humanity, alien races with 12-layer beings likewise formulated migration plans. Even so, no matter how deep the legacy of the Yu clan or others, they dared to transfer no more than 1/1,000,000th of their population. With the great collapse of the universe arriving early, the 12-layer ultimates hadn't yet reached their full potential, and nearly all weaponry, tools, and rare treasures remained in Lin Yuan's possession. Migrating even 1/1,000,000th of their population represented how highly these alien 12-layer ultimates valued their own people. After all, the great collapse wasn't child's play. The more life forms transported, the stronger the universe origin source's final backlash would be. The likelihood of survival would correspondingly decrease. Is this the power of the galaxy ultimate being? What should we do? Should we completely submit to human civilization? That way we might survive. Submit fully? That means becoming slaves of human civilization? Compared to death, what are slaves? Many alien strong ones who didn't gain migration eligibility grappled with such thoughts. Total submission, or selling oneself, meant giving up everything and becoming the private property of human civilization. Although the alien races bowed to humanity, they hadn't yet sunk to the level of total subjugation. But now, seeing human civilization rise thanks to the galaxy ultimate being, they realized that by choosing complete submission, they might just survive. The galaxy ultimate being plans to take every human citizen? How is that possible? Does he not fear the backlash from the universe origin source? Many 12-layer alien beings received this information, and their first thought was disbelief. Though alien beings below 12-layer also found it inconceivable that the galaxy ultimate being could relocate all human civilization citizens, they didn't know why it was so astonishing and thus accepted the reality quickly, albeit with shock. But those in the 12-layer alien ultimate beings understood the gravity of this act. It would provoke the universe origin source's full suppression. Even if the Galaxy Master possessed path-splitting realm peak strength, perhaps even surpassing that, he couldn't possibly endure the backlash. Perhaps the Galaxy Ultimate Being's power has reached a level beyond our comprehension. A Star Alliance Ultimate murmured, deducing the cause from the effect. Though they didn't know how the Galaxy Ultimate Being dared to relocate all human civilization citizens, the mere fact he dared confirmed two possibilities. Either the Galaxy Ultimate Being was foolishly courting death, or he had enough assurance, believing he could withstand the universe origin source's full suppression. Was the Galaxy Ultimate Being a fool? Clearly not. Then it could only be the second possibility. Galaxy Ultimate Being. The 12-layer alien beings exchanged glances, their minds trembling in unison. The migration can proceed. Beneath the starry skies, Lin Yuan gazed at the countless human civilization citizens being sent over from all directions, his thoughts stirring. The human race's migration unfolded at remarkable speed, cutting time short by skipping the emotional farewells between citizens. Divine skills, world. Lin Yuan looked down, his thoughts shifting slightly, and immediately a boundless force surged to cover an area spanning 20 million light-years. Every human civilization citizen within this sphere was engulfed and enveloped in an instant. Withdraw. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. In the blink of an eye, everything within 20 million light-years vanished and was transferred into Lin Yuan's internal universe. At this moment, countless human civilization citizens noticed the change in environment as an invisible form of suppression emerged. Even though Lin Yuan had performed numerous calibrations to stabilize the internal universe's space and time, it still bore noticeable distinctions from the cosmic starry skies of the main universe. Slightly stronger evolution practitioners who paid careful attention would detect the anomalies. However, the impact was minimal. Stable spacetime barely affected ordinary citizens. It mainly restricted high-level evolutionists, preventing them from casually executing spatial transpositions or tearing through the void. Even 12-layer ultimate beings faced pervasive suppression within Lin Yuan's internal universe, making it impossible to escape. The infinite void aimed to cultivate an internal universe modeled after the chaos void as its ultimate form. Theoretically, when perfected, such an internal universe could evolve into a colossal entity comparable to the chaos void. Thus, the spacetime stability was self-evident, even at just the first layer. If advanced to the second or third layer, chaos venerables entrapped within would find themselves shackled, unable to struggle free. The Galaxy Ultimate Beings methods are terrifying. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not far away, 9 ultimate beings of human civilization watched, utterly astonished. Within an instant, Lin Yuan had relocated all human civilization citizens spanning 20 million light-years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1012, The Foresight of the Chaotic Dragon Beast. Please subscribe. Are all human civilization citizens now within my internal universe? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling a heavy weight pressing on him. In truth, there were still some citizens of human civilization within the internal universes of Shen Yuan and Xia Qin, those supreme beings. But compared to Lin Yuan, their numbers could be completely overlooked. Lin Yuan alone had taken on the task of transferring nearly all of humanity's civilization into his internal universe. Of course, for Lin Yuan, this task posed no difficulty. At least there's been no chaos. Lin Yuan observed for a while and found that after the transfer, the countless human citizens still maintained order, methodically proceeding with subsequent tasks. In fact, prior to the migration, all human civilization citizens had already simulated multiple transfer scenarios within the virtual world to avoid disorder arising from environmental changes. For this migration, the virtual world had even lifted its restrictions, granting access to all citizens of human civilization. Next, when the great cosmic cataclysm occurs, I will transfer all citizens' life imprints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At present, what he had transferred was only their physical bodies and souls. As for each citizen's fundamental life imprint, it was still drifting within the river of time of the main universe's starry skies. 12th-layer ultimates could move against the current, using the imprints in the river of time to resurrect 6th-layer and above fallen beings. However, this didn't mean that beings below the 6th layer had no life imprints. It was just that their imprints were too faint and minuscule for 12th-layer ultimates to lock onto. But Lin Yuan was different. With his current perception, he could easily pinpoint any imprint in the river of time. If he didn't transfer the citizens' life imprints, when the great cosmic cataclysm arrived, causing the river of time to collapse, even if Lin Yuan harbored all citizens within his internal universe, they would still perish. By then, there will likely be some backlash from the universe. Lin Yuan understood clearly that transferring vast amounts of life imprints from the main universe's river of time to the river of time within his internal universe would be akin to directly seizing them in front of the universe's origin source consciousness. This was even graver than 12th layer ultimates resurrecting past fallen beings. Resurrecting deceased beings violated basic cosmic rules, but at least the resurrected lives remained within the universe, still part of its domain. But moving them into Lin Yuan's internal universe? That would mean they were entirely taken away by Lin Yuan. This would undoubtedly test the limits of the universe's origin source consciousness. In truth, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could proceed with the transfer immediately. The so-called cosmic backlash posed little threat to him. But there was no need. Currently, the origin source consciousness of the universe was still at its peak, waiting for the great cosmic cataclysm, when it weakened, and then transferring the imprints would greatly reduce the intensity of any backlash. Facing weaker backlash, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to handle stronger backlash. Chaos void, boundless and infinite. A chaos continent the size of dozens of universes began to slow down and eventually came to a halt. This land was the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. After countless calculations, the ancient Ming Venerable had determined this area would not be affected by the two Chaos Great Saints. It stopped. We can finally step out. I wonder what this void will be like. Will it be more dangerous than before? On the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, many powerful beings whispered among themselves. They had followed this land to leave, and naturally, they were curious about the uncharted and unfamiliar void. The ancient Ming Venerable is merciful to bring us along. Indeed, if we weren't on this chaos continent, who knows how many dangers we would face trying to get here on our own. These powerful beings felt fortunate, for in the chaos void, dangers were everywhere. The threats were not just perilous secret realms but also the potential hostility from other powerful entities. No matter where one went, plunder remained the fastest way to obtain resources, and the Chaos Void was no exception. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent had sped through the void without encountering any obstruction, thanks to the intimidating presence of the ancient Ming Venerable. The power of the ancient Ming Venerable was already immense, and furthermore, they had a Chaos Dragon beast near equal to a Venerable in strength. Even other Chaos Venerables would have to weigh their chances before daring to block their path. The smooth journey for the ancient Ming Chaos Continent didn't mean that lone powerful entities would enjoy the same ease. From here to my home universe, Lin Yuan studied the new environment while gauging the distance to his true form's location. With my current space-time insights, it would take roughly 10 years of traveling to arrive, Lin Yuan concluded. Given that Lin Yuan's comprehension of space-time was at the pinnacle of the seventh realm, it would still require 10 years to traverse the distance. Reflecting on when he first explored the Chaos Void, it might have taken centuries, if not millennia. 10 years isn't that long. Lin Yuan nodded. At least for now, he hadn't found any place safer than the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed toward the vast expanse of the Chaos Void. He observed that with the halting of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, a massive surrounding area seemed to be affected. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent was colossal, its natural gravity field strong enough to pull in all nearby matter. Creak, creak. In the distance, enormous entities began to appear, drawn by the continent's gravitational pull and hurtling toward it. These massive objects were primarily naturally formed veins of chaotic ores, of relatively low value individually, but their sheer quantity made them threatening. Colliding and accumulating, they formed gigantic meteorites, racing toward the continent at alarming speed under the influence of gravity. It was akin to the planets orbiting stars in the cosmic starry skies, drawn by their gravitational pull. But the ancient Ming Chaos Continent's magnitude far surpassed that of any star. The number of meteors attracted was incalculable. Lin Yuan remained unconcerned, knowing the ancient Ming Chaos Continent had numerous massive arrays and defensive barriers set up. These meteors would simply be ground to dust on collision. However, just then, roar! A pitch-black dragon beast surged out of the depths of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, swiftly moving beyond the landmass. With a single resounding roar, The incoming meteors shattered instantly, breaking into fragments that began to orbit the continent in a slow rotation. Is that the Chaos Dragon Beast? Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly serious. That Chaos Dragon Beast, born from the Chaos Void, was a miraculous entity, a being of unfathomable talent and foundation, so much so that it could stand on par with a venerable at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm. A fragmented world? As the Chaos Dragon Beast shattered all the meteors, it began organizing the broken pieces into orbiting fragmented worlds around the ancient Ming Chaos continent. With this, it has unexpectedly created many fragmented worlds. Lin Yuan's thoughts turned. This not only resolved the issue of incoming massive objects but also gave the ancient Ming Chaos continent additional revenue. After all, the fragmented worlds orbiting the continent were highly suitable as cultivation abodes and fetched a steep price, starting at 100,000 Chaos Stones and in some cases reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions. Lin Yuan had long sought an ideal fragmented world to house humanity's new home. Within the hall managing the fragmented worlds of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, Wuxia the Dominator was busy calculating the number and quality of the newly formed fragmented worlds, classifying and assessing their worth. This time, we've gained over 1,000 fragmented worlds. Among them, 600 are suitable for cultivation. Wuxia the Dominator was elated. 600 cultivation-suitable fragmented worlds, even at the lowest baseline of 100,000 Chaos Stones each, would amount to a staggering 60 million Chaos Stones. Several of these fragmented worlds meet Galaxy's requirements. Wuxia the Dominator's eyes lit up, a smile appearing on his face. He had a strong impression of Lin Yuan Galaxy, believing the man's true form to undoubtedly be a Dominator realm powerhouse. Let me summon Galaxy over to take a look. Wuxia Venerable immediately contacted Lin Yuan without delay. Moments later, a young man clad in black robes emerged not far away. Upon seeing the figure, Wuxia Venerable stood up immediately, respectfully greeting, "Master Uncle." The figure, the Chaos Dragon Beast in its human guise, replied. As a miraculously born entity, shapeshifting was as natural to it as breathing. It usually didn't bother assuming a different form, maintaining its draconic visage instead. The Chaos Dragon Beast, being close to the ancient Ming Venerable, was regarded as Master Uncle by the latter's disciples. "How are the fragmented meteors?" the black-robed Chaos Dragon Beast lazily asked. Breaking up the meteors to form fragmented worlds wasn't done for free. The effort secured certain benefits. Reporting to Master Uncle, the fragmented worlds created this time are of excellent quality. Wuxia the Dominator replied truthfully. Good. The Chaos Dragon Beast felt pleased, knowing it would reap 30% of the fragmented world's revenue based on their prior agreement. Wuxia wants me to come and choose a fragmented world? In an inn, Lin Yuan received Wuxia Dominator's message. This time, he'll likely be able to find a suitable fragmented world. His heart steadied, and he immediately left for the trading area's hall. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the hall. CTH Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Inside the hall, Wuxia the Dominator was conversing with the black-robed Chaos Dragon Beast. Master Uncle, someone's here to select a fragmented world, Wuxia the Dominator said. Go ahead then. The Chaos Dragon Beast nodded. It naturally wouldn't delay Wonka's work, especially since it could directly claim a share of the income from the fragmented worlds. Understood. Wuxia the Dominator nodded and immediately left the hall to meet Lin Yuan. Is that him, come to select a fragmented world? From the hall, the Chaos Dragon Beast cast its gaze toward Lin Yuan and Wuxia conversing outside. Just an avatar? With a single glance, it discerned that the Lin Yuan outside wasn't his true form. Ha! A trace of shock appeared in the Chaos Dragon Beast's expression as it seemed to sense something. The moment its eyes fell on Lin Yuan, the faint time-based bloodline within it began to tremble faintly. The Chaos Dragon Beast stared intently at Lin Yuan, its gaze gradually filling with fear, a fear even more intense than when it had foreseen potential danger from the two Chaos Great Saints, a fear it couldn't suppress at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible.